Huia nāna ko tātou. E mehea ke ana, nā ki a tātou kua whakawhaiti mai nei, ki roto ki tō tātou whare. Hoi nō rā, māku te karakia, mā mere ana ngā tohu, o ngā whakahaere, ko māua nei ngā MCs, ka alau te sino mo e atu Māori mo te MC, pononga, tono. Nei, o tēnei o ngā huihuinga, nā a pōpō ko mātou toko tauru ko ani, no reira, e mehea ki ana ki a tātou. Ka timata rā ngā kōrero ki a pare raukau, engari me karakia te tuatai, me ngā whakamārama, ka tukuna atu ki te kai whakawā, mānei wāhi a tātou hui, and ka haere tonu a tātou kōrero. Ne? So welcome into the poho, into the bosom of Ngā Toko Waru. Stand here, and thus, us here who are Ngāti Huia, this is where we come from. Ne? Tēnei tupuna o tātou, Ngā Toko Waru. I'm going to take karakia, then I'm going to, myself and Mireana are the MCs for today, and then there's 3 from tomorrow, including Annie, but because she's doing some pretty important mahi this morning, we've relieved her of the MC duties. I'm going to take karakia. Mireana's going to tell you what our whakahaere are, all the ture around these things and what have you, and then we'll hand it over to the judge, Judge Karen Fox, to get us underway. Nō reira, kia ora tātou. Kamarua te hihiri, kamarua te rarama, ka mātaku hau tū, ka mātaku hau kōrero, ka mātaku hau i tāia e te atahapara. Te umuti ramanuku ti ramaragi ko koe kai wa te ki anō atia e au tupu au ngākau au mahara ki te whai au ki te ao mārama. Tēnei te umu ko te umu ka eke, ko te umu kei au, ko te umu o ngā kōrero te wānanga. Pau hihiri, pau rarama, tiahu i roto, mārama i roto, wānanga i roto. Tēnei te pau ko te pau ka eke, ko te pau kei au, ko te pau o ngā kōrero te wānanga. He wenga nuku, he wenga raki tapu i te hi, tapu i te mana. Kia mana ki tua, kia mana ki uta, kia mana ki ngā koromatua, ki ngā pūtake o te wānanga ki a Ngāti Huia e tau nei. Te runga tū, te runga tapu te mauri, tū te mauri, tapu te mauri, no whea, no runga, no rangi, no nuku tū. Tēnei te mauri, o tā tātou wānanga ta whakapiki. Tēnei te mauri, o tā tātou kaupapa te whakakake. Te mauri o ngā tupua, te mauri o ngā riki, te mauri e rangi kāputa ki te whai au, ki te ao mārama. Uhi, wero, tau mai te mauri, haumi e hui e, tai e.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa. Hui anō e tautoko ana i ngā mihi a taku tu ngāne ki koutou katoa, ko hara mai i tawhiti, ko hara mai i tata ki tēnei wiki nui mō mātou tātou o Ngāti Huia. Tēnā rā koutou katoa. Te wāhi ki au he whakamārama atu i etihi o ngā whakahaere pāna ki te marae mo te wiki nei. So first of all, just to say that we're just so pleased to be here, Ngāti Huia. We're just so pleased to have got to this time. It's been a long time coming. However, there are some things that we need to make clear about how things are going to run on the marae this week. First of all, in the case of emergencies, Ana Winiata is our fire warden. However, if there is a need to move people, we ask that you leave the tupuna whare or wherever you are in an orderly fashion and make your way to the front gate to the waharoa and assemble there. Secondly, there's a first aid van which is parked directly to the east of the wharekai, should that be required. And it will be operating throughout the week and coordinated by Claire Rewi. It's important also to ask, please, everybody that comes, that you sign the register on arrival. It's extremely important that you do that, and each day, even if you signed on Monday, that you continue to do so as you arrive each day of the week. It's important for us to keep a record. With regard to COVID-19 health and safety protocols, you will have seen this on the back of the program for the week, but we are required to wear masks if we're attending these hearings. that we've also tried to, doesn't look like it very well, but we tried to maintain some level of distancing in here, and also ask that people who have symptoms might require to have a RATS test. You can do that at the first aid van as well, but if you really are unwell, I guess maybe you shouldn't be here this week, but to watch by live streaming. And with regard to photographs, people have asked about photographing inside the tupuna whare, and we're okay with that, except perhaps for the back wall. We'd ask that people don't photograph the back wall where our tupuna are. And just to let everybody know that our marae is smoke, alcohol and drug free, and so if people wish to, we're assuming that the second and third of those things aren't going to be an issue, but if for those who wish to have a cigarette, we ask that you leave the marae to do that, go into the car park or whatever, but that you don't be smoking on the marae. Got lots of our tamariki running around, and ko te whakatauira i te mahi tika ki a rātou, te mahi nui. I think that covers us off. Have I left anything off? Looking forward to a really good week. Te wāhi kia māwako paka ke he āwhina i te rere haere o te wiki hoi no e kore uru atu ki a koutou mahi. Nā reira, tēnā koutou ka tukina te wā ki a koutou o te rope whakamana te tiriti, ki a kawa i te whakahaere. Kia ora rā.
Kāti tēnā kōrua, tēnā koutou, paka ke nāui I whakapuare tō tātou hui. Me te mihi anō ki a koe mō kōrero te hitoria I whakamārama mai ki a mātou ki rungi te marae. Ngā kōrero mō tō koutou tipuna te whatanui. Me ngā heke. Ko te tūmanako I mau o kōrero I rungi I te waia pūkoro. Nā te mea kāre koe I te kōrero mai ki a mātou ki rō whare, nei. He rawe we nā kōrero. Nā reira, tēnā koe. He rau I te tairawhiti noiho. Moheo koe tō tāua Ngāti Auatanga. Nā reira, tēnā rau atu koe. Me te mihi anō ki a koe mere ana I whakamārama mai ki a mātou ngā whakahaere mo tēnei wiki. Tēnā kōrero ka tuku atu ki te kai whakawāina nei.
Tēnā koutou. I te tūtai e tautoko anau ngā mihi kia koutou I rungi te paipai I tēnei rangi. Nei rā te mihi kia koutou me o koutou manaakitanga kia mātou. Tēnei te mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. Tuarua ki te whare ngā toko waru, te hononga ki te whenua mō ngā ngare o Ngāti Huia. Nei rā te mihi mahana, mihi honore kia koutou. Nā te mea kua whakawātea koutou tēnei marae a tāhua mō te wiki nei. Nei rā te mihi anō kia koutou. Nau mai, hara mai ki mua I a mātou, ki te whakaatungia o koutou, whakaaro o koutou riri pia, ki ngā mahi a te krauna I ngā wā I pahure ake nei. He wiki roa, kei mui I a koutou, engari hei te mutinga o te wiki pia, ka e te kaupapa mō te nuinga o koutou, koe rā taku hiahia, ara te hiahia o te tribunara. Tēnā koutou. Well, this week is the 11th hearing week of the Waitangi Tribunal in the Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated iwi takiwā. We will have the honour this week of hearing from Ngāti Pari Raukawa, Ngāti Hapa Hapa ki Manga Maunu o Ngāti Huia ki Parau Tāwhao, Ngāti Huia ki Parau Tāwhao, Ngāti Huia ki Mātau, Ngāti Hikitanga and Ngāti Kikopiri. And we look forward to hearing all the evidence that will be presented this week. The Waitangi Tribunal panel, as you heard Dr. Monty say on the paipai, consists of Tanya Simpson, Dr. Monty Suter, the Honourable Sir Douglas Kidd, who's joined us online, Dr. Grant Phillipson, and myself, Deputy Chief Judge Karen Fox. We are supported this week by Alan Doyle, who's in charge of the technology for the hearing. It is being live streamed, so anybody who thinks they might miss anything, don't worry, you can go home tonight and watch it on YouTube. And you should have access to the YouTube connecting link, which is available from Alan Doyle, who's over here, who can help you with that. He also has the little translation boxes, if anybody needs one, to hear Conrad translating Māori to English, and sometimes vice versa. So you're welcome to come up to see him and get one of those boxes to assist you through this week's proceedings. We do expect that there will be quite a bit of Māori this week. Some of the presenters who are appearing before us are all competent speakers of te reo, so there will be quite a bit of language, Māori language this week. We have supporting our tribunal panel, Tori Watt, who's our claims coordinator for the week. She's stood in for Adam Busby, who's on leave at the moment, but will be back in March to assist in the next hearing week. Emma Grimbridge is here. Could you put up your hands when I call your names, please? She's providing procedural support for the week, and so any counsel or claimants who wish to raise anything with the tribunal, please feel free to approach her first, and she'll tell you how the matter can be progressed. And then we have Michaela Dempsey, who's here to assist the panel with report writing, and she will be taking photos of witnesses where they've agreed to be photographed and where they've consented, so that we may be able to use those photos in the final report that we hope to produce not long after we finish our final hearing for Ngāti Raukawa at the end of June or July of next year. So we are moving at pace through the district now, even though it's taken over 30 years to get here, you'll be pleased to hear. And we hope to get a report out reasonably quickly, at least in terms of the usual timing that it takes for a tribunal report. On that note, we should acknowledge we've already produced a report for Moaupoko. If you haven't read it, then you may wish to have a look at that this week, because it directly impacts the hapu in this immediate vicinity. And we've also got a report on Te Atiawa Ngātiawa coming out just before Christmas. So we hope to produce a separate volume for Ngāti Raukawa within the same amount of time after we close our hearings for Ngāti Raukawa. So anywhere between 15 to 2 years, 15 months to 2 years is what we're aiming for. So you all know how long it'll take after this 30-odd year period, and you've got some certainty on that. There are several council online maintaining a watching brief. If you could just write in your comments noting your presence. If you don't send in your comments saying you're present, I won't record you present. And we have council present in the room today who are leading through the evidence this week. And we're going to begin by taking appearances with Ms. Hall.
E te kai whakawa, tēnā koe, e te ropu te tiriti o Waitangi. Kia ora. E te ropu whakamane te tiriti o Waitangi, tēnā koutou. E tū ana mātou mō te Kereme Y 113A, Rachel Selby mō Ngāti Pare Raukawa, rātou ko te hono ki Raukawa katoa e tautoko ana. Me ngā nama Y113A katoa, 437 1461 1580 1623 me 1660. Ko Ms. Kineping tōku ingoa, kei konei mātou ko Ms. Hall, ko tātai Hakurei Jury, ko Mr. Rogers, ko Mr. Green, kei runga a Mr. Cornegé I te rorohiko hoki. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koe te kai whakawā, e te rupu whakamana i te Treaty o Waitangi, tēnā koutou, and ngā kaimahi, tēnā koutou. E te whare, tēnā koutou, e Ngāti Huia Whānui, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. May it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Gilling, and I appear today with two of my team, Ms. Rox Soriano and Mr. Henry Fobister. Ma'am, with your leave, ask if Mr. Fobister can both sit at the council table and also lead Mr. Wayne Kiriona this afternoon. He is due to be admitted at the end of the week on Friday. So it's been a long road getting through the prof's admissions, etc. process, and so we're delighted that he will finally reach that stage. As the week goes on, different members of my team I'd like to swap in and out because with so many witnesses we have had different people involved with different groups, and as you've already listed the hapu involved. So our Y numbers for this week within this inquiry are Wayne Kiriona, Y757 and 113F for Ngāti Huia ki Mātou. Shane Royal for Ngāti Kikupiri, Y113I. Corey Gibson, one of the elements of 113A for Ngāti Hapahapai. Larry Parr, Y113J for Ngāti Hikitanga. And Hirama Tamihana for Ngāti Huia ki Porotawhao, that's 113H. May it please the Tribunal.
Any unrepresented claimants present? That means anyone without a lawyer? Okay, let's start then. All right. I always forget you.
Always forgotten. E te ka whakawa tēnā koe.
Mr. Stevens.
E nā mema o tarai whunura tēnā koutou. E te whare tēnā koe, e nā mana whenua tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Tim Stevens tōku ingoa, kei kone ko Ms. Clark, mō te korona. Also with me is Mr. Bill Kawa, his cultural support for the Crown, and online observing members from Te Arawhiti, Frith Finch and Georgia Server.
Thank you. Well, do Council have anything they wish to raise before we start? Yes?
Your Honour, this is in relation to the site visits that are scheduled to take place on Thursday's afternoon. Now you would have seen a memorandum that we had filed with the Tribunal in relation to the road Matangi Urupa. Now, we've been in communications with the Claimant Council for the Murapoko, and there's now no objection to Ngāti Raukawa hosting accompanied site visits to Raumatangi. So if that is achievable within the timing of the Tribunal on Thursday afternoon.
Oh, well done, yes.
Aye.
Yes, that's fine. I'm sure you didn't need their consent, but it's good that you've come to a consensus on,
Aye.
and
Aye.
there's some sensible work being done.
Aye.
Thank you. Right. All right, let's begin.
Kia ora. Okay, so today we are starting with the presentations from Ngāti Pari Raukawa. As you'll see, first on our timetable today, We have Rachel Selby presenting the introduction section of the Ngāti Pari Raukawa Oral History of Hīiti Ngā Mōtai. Ms. Selby will, a video will be following her presentation that has been produced together with Māori Land. Then there's also time for Crown questioning and, of course, questioning from yourselves. Following this, Ani Mikare will be presenting her brief of evidence. That is document 91C, and a presentation summary has also been filed with the tribunal. That's N1F. You'll see on Saturday we also filed some speaking notes for Ms. Mikare, and that reflects that quite some time has passed since the original presentation summary was filed. So Ms. Mikare will be speaking to those notes, so it'll be useful for the tribunal to follow through her notes there. Following Ms. Mikare, Ms. Selby and Pātika Moore will be presenting again on Hīiti Ngā Mōtai, the Ngāti Pari Raukawa Oral History section, and that will relate to the environmental issues section and the Ngā Wahi Tapu section. And Mr. Moore has presented a PowerPoint presentation, and some speaking notes have also been provided, and those should hopefully be with you as well. And then finally, Ms. Mikare and Ms. Selby will be presenting the closing presentation for Ngāti Pari Raukawa. On the original hearing timetable, that's noted to be based on the statement of claim. However, as the preparations have progressed and Ms. Mikare has been preparing on that closing, that will now take from the concluding section of her brief of evidence. And so it's up to your discretion, Your Honour, whether it makes more sense for you to hear Ms. Mikare speak first to the first portion of her brief of evidence, or whether that should now be, the timing should flow on into the final section of her brief of evidence.
I think she should present how she wants to and how the claimants wish it to be presented.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. And if you as counsel could just call out the document numbers when we get to each.
Absolutely. Right.
That would be helpful, thank you.
Fantastic. And with that, we'll start. So this will be Rachel Selby, section of Hīiti Ngā Mōtai, which is H1. And that's from pages 341 to 356 of Hīiti Ngā Mōtai. And Ms. Selby has also produced some speaking notes, which were filed on Thursday. Speaking notes may not have a number yet on the record of inquiry as they were filed on Thursday. I have some more copies if you need them. Right.
I'll just explain for everybody else, we have to keep the documents under control, otherwise we'll lose them. So we have to log them as soon as we get them, so bear with us.
How can I see if that's actually on? So I'll just do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honour. I may have misdirected by describing those as speaking notes. They have been filed as a presentation summary, and these are in relation to document H1. I understand it may be. I'm not sure of the number yet myself. Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Judge Fox, tēnā koe, Tribunal, tēnā koutou katoa, to your Waitangi Tribunal staff, and Crown and kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Rachel Selby of Ngāti Pare Raukawa and Ngāti Huia. I've been the chair of the Marae Committee here since 2003. Prior to that, from 1978 to 2003, I was the treasurer and then the secretary. This presentation is an introduction to Ngāti Pare Raukawa and Ngā Tokowaru Marae. The passage of the 1985 amendment to the Treaty of Waitangi Act, granting the tribunal retrospective jurisdiction, prompted discussions between Te Maharanui Jacob and Iwi Katea Nicholson about the events that had rendered Ngāti Raukawa virtually landless during the late 19th century. Te Maharanui Jacob was particularly focused on what had happened here in the Horo Whenua, while Iwi Katea took a more comprehensive view. They talked to their whanaunga and in-law Whatakaraka Davis, Ngāti Wehiwehi, who was chairperson of the Raukawa Trustees at that time, and who subsequently chaired the Waitangi Claims Executive Management Committee. The three of them agreed to lodge what was to become Y113, an umbrella claim that any hapu of Ngāti Raukawa could join if and when they chose to do so. Almost exactly 33 years later, 33 years and 1 week to be precise, we find ourselves here at the birthplace of Y113 presenting Ngāti Pare Raukawa's claim. The history of Ngāti Pare Raukawa is interwoven with the histories of Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Huia and the hapu and iwi institutions which have evolved over the past 200 years. While Ngāti Pare Raukawa emerged and established as a hapu within the rohe of Ngāti Raukawa in the 19th century, the survival and future were particularly threatened by actions of the government and the Land Court from 1873 to 1912, and then by regional and local governments throughout the entire 20th century, and they continue into the 21st century. The actions of the Crown and the Land Court in the 19th century resulted in the forcible removal of most of the Horo Whenua block, 52,000 acres, from Ngāti Pare Raukawa. This history is recorded in reports and publications commissioned by CFRT for the Waitangi Tribunal Inquiry, and Animi Kaire will present further on this today. The alienation of land has resulted in 4 to 5 generations of our families that had settled in the area from the early 19th century being unable to maintain a sustainable living on what remained and being forced into urban areas to live and work. This very effectively denied many whānau the opportunity to live as Māori, and many descendants remain alienated, suffering significant prejudice. The alienation of land and urbanisation over the 20th century resulted in a loss of language, culture and identity for the next 4 generations of Ngāti Pare Raukawa. While the colonial legal machine unjustly removed most of the Horo Whenua block from hapu ownership, the block is historically Ngāti Pare Raukawa land. Kaitiakitanga and a sense of responsibility for the lakes, wetlands, streams, foreshore and food sources remains. With this in mind, the Crown and local body desecration of Lake Horo Whenua and the Hokiora stream, where our unrestricted fishing rights remain, is a treaty breach. The environmental damage on Block 9, south of here, at Hokiora that has been promoted by the local council for the past 40 years continues. The hapu commits people and resources to monitor this continuously. Pātaka Moore will present further on this. In 1840, Te Tiriti guaranteed Te Norangatīratanga. In this region, Ngāti Raukawa had unquestioned authority in 1840 from the Rangitike River to Kukutauaki. The removal of land against our wishes was a gross breach of Te Tiriti and constituted a full-on assault of Rangatiratanga. It is an assault that has continued relentlessly ever since the first Native Land Court decision. The removal and misappropriation of Ngāti Pare Raukawa land was and is an ongoing source of grief. Forcing people to move away has taken historical knowledge, language, skills and support. A recent study, 2013, estimated that there may be up to 15,000 descendants of Hito, that is, of one hapu of Ngāti Huia and Ngāti Raukawa. Emma Hāpai Winiata, one of the 8 original owners of Pare Raukawa lands in the Horo Whenua, had 14 children and at least 90 grandchildren who were named during the study. She had lived through the period of massive migration. In 1859, when she was born, Māori and migrant populations were about the same at 60,000. When her youngest daughter, Lucy Atareti, was born in 1896, the Māori population had declined to 42,113 and was not expected to revive. The migrant population had increased by 500,000 and a further 250,000 children being born to them. It took more than 100 years and 4 to 5 generations for the Māori population to recover to 1840 levels after the treaty was signed. And what I've then put on page 5 there is just a table of the Māori and non-Māori populations comparisons from 1840 through to 2013. Paragraph 11 on page 5. Ngāti Pariraukawa have made a substantial contribution to the iwi for 200 years. This is despite significant land alienation, almost total loss of te reo Māori in the 20th century, loss of knowledge and skills of people and understanding of our own history. In the 1970s, a new generation made a decision to build a new marae complex on a small footprint at Hokio beside the polluted stream. The stream's on the northern side over here. This was despite the last remaining child of Emma Harpai Nicholson, namely Lucy Jacob, my grandmother, expressing uncertainty, even reluctance, to replace the 1900 whare tūpuna. She asked, who would karanga? Who would whai kōrero? Who would manaaki manuhiri? Given that the Crown had ignored the shocking breaches of the treaty, she had imagined she would be the last person to be farewelled from Ngā Tokowaru and buried at Raumatangi, the Urupā where 8 of her 13 siblings were buried nearer to Lake Horowhenua. The marae was really used, and she expected it would cease having importance for most of the hapu who were colonised and urbanised, a consequence of Crown action. The reinvigorated Marae Committee, inspired by the enthusiasm of one of Emma Harpai Winiata's youngest mokopuna, our uncle Whatarangi, resolved to go ahead. His eldest brother, Harpai Winiata, became the master carver and was assisted by younger cousins. Younger brother Martin Winiata designed the kōwhaiwhai panels you see in here. Harpai's wife Emma designed tukutuku panels you see in here, and people got to work making them in the old house. Uncle Whatarangi's older brother Murimanu and cousin Neville Winiata led the building team's working bees on Saturdays for over a year. Many volunteers from within the hapu with colleagues and friends contributed in 1976 and 1977 to building of this fully decorated and carved meeting house. By the end of 1977, a new whare tūpuna was being completed with an opening planned for March 1978. Each of the 8 original owners' families selected a puhi to be the first female group through the door at the dawn opening. Ngāti Toa Rangatira, led by Kaumātua Pātariki Te performed the opening ceremony as the light dawned. It was an awesome, overwhelming moment for Ngāti Pariraukawa, with hundreds of people waiting in silence for the dawn as the door eventually opened for all to see a completed whare tūpuna. Despite Lucy Jacobs' misgivings, whānau have returned, though far fewer than the numbers who whakapapatahito to Whatanui's sister, who are the whānau of Ngāti Pariraukawa. Despite the footprint at Ngā Tokowaru being less than 2 acres, from the top of the stream there to that hedge over there, this is our footprint. The hapu have rebuilt the complex over the past 40 years, maintained the marae and adopted the principles of whakatūpiranga ruamano, they being that people are our wealth, the marae is our principal home, te reo is a taonga, and tino rangatiratanga. Ngāti Pariraukawa members have actively engaged in the 25-year Whakatūpiranga Ruamano program, contributed to the development of Te Wānanga o Raukawa, served continuously on the Raukawa Marae Trustees, the Raukawa District Māori Council, the Otaki Māori Racing Club, Rangi Aotea, the Otaki and Porirua Trusts Board, Raukawa Ki Te Tonga Trust, Te Runanga o Raukawa, and various iwi initiatives. Others have been active in broadcasting claims, the Spectrum claim, Radio New Zealand Māori Council. From 2007 to 2012, a whānau development program brought close to 100 whānau back to Ngā Tokowaru to revive knowledge and skills, particularly with our rangatahi. The program was named Te Huarahi o Te Ora, after one of the original kōwhaiwhai patents, and enabled rangatahi to become goal setters and to be supported at school and in tertiary education and to be mentors to others. It acted as a time of revival again, and its pathway is recorded in the book called Te Huarahi o Te Ora. The project was an expression of rangatiratanga. The actions of the Crown have curbed the contributions of many of our people, and we will seek redress because we have been denied the opportunity to maintain a cultural presence on our land. We have a short movie made by students at Māori Land under Libby Hakaraia's supervision. It was made during the 2021 COVID shutdown in New Zealand during that first 6-week one, and presented to us in October 21. The audience for the movie was this hapu. One of our whānau suggested that we needed to be able to educate ourselves, and so these young people made this movie for us. You will hear waiata composed by Karadaina Nicholson, Tiro Tiro Kauau, Te Whatanui's Lament, Rongo Kōrero, you heard on the marae this morning, and also Eranora Taratoa's Poi Atu Taku Poi. You will see maps and images of the Horowhenua block, the Urupa block, Raumatangi, overlooking Lake Horowhenua, is in the movie, and Block 9, where the landfill is located. There's some good images of that in this movie. And so our marae, I've just recorded there our legal name, Horowhenua 11B 41A3. It's the home of Ngāti Pare Raukawa, who are the descendants of Hito, who was the sister of Te Whatanui. We descend from the 8 original owners of the marae who had descendants. The marae trustees were appointed by the Māori Land Court originally in 1974 and have been updated since then as required. The marae committee is elected triennially and meets the requirements of the New Zealand Māori Council and Raukawa District Council for the election of committees. We're a registered charitable entity, and the marae trustees are trustees of the reservation here, the Urupa, Raumatangi B4, and the driveway is a separate block. All are owned and maintained by the marae. The Marae Committee adopted the principles adopted by the Raukawa Marae Trustees in 1975 and reviews an annual plan to guide the work of the Marae Committee. Since early in the 21st century, the Marae Committee has identified its goals annually and used these to set a program for the year and as priorities for the hapu. Interestingly, we have got our minute books from 1946 when the first meeting of the Kekopiri and Ngā Tokowaru Marae Committee was formed. So our original minute book is there, and since then we have maintained minute books, and we have our full record from that time of our minute books there. The original one's written, I think, with a fountain pen by Uncle Tommy Winiata, Pākake's grandfather. Beautiful handwriting, much better than a lot of us have today. Lesson there, huh? So what we'd like to do now is to move into the movie. Alan recorded it for us, or did whatever you have to do to get it up onto the screen today. So it's just less than 10 minutes.
Pare Raukawa had 4 children, 3 daughters, Te Whatapoporo, Mano Mano, and Te Hito, and a son, Te Whatanui, who was a key figure in the migrations from Ka. 1819, Te Rauparaha left Kawhia beginning his migration south. Te Rauparaha, in an attempt to forge alliances, asked several rangatira of the Waikato region to join them on the Kapiti coast. Though Te Whatanui was hesitant at first, Waitohi, Te Rauparaha's sister, persuaded him to migrate. Ngāti Raukawa arrived in 3 stages from 1825 onwards, settling from Otaki through the Horowhenua and Manawatu. Waitohi allocated land to those who came. Te Whatanui, as a rangatira, was gifted the Horowhenua block, as the former inhabitants had been driven out by Te Rauparaha. During his migration into the Horowhenua, Te Rauparaha was treacherously attacked in the night at Te Wī by his Maupuko host. 2 of his children and others were murdered. He avenged their deaths for many years to come, forcing the remaining Moepoko people to flee from the Horowhenua or risk extermination. By the time Te Whatanui arrived in the late 1820s, Te Rauparaha had cleared the land of the former inhabitants. Te Whatanui met some of these people some years later in the Manawatu Gorge on his return from Hawke's Bay. Rather than follow Te Rauparaha's lead, he offered them sanctuary, and they accompanied him back to the Horowhenua. Moepoko referred to Te Whatanui as Te Whetu Marama o Te Ata. While they were initially doubtful of the offer of protection, the truce was accepted, and Te Whatanui kept his promise of protection within the sanctuary alone. From Te Uaumairangi to Ngāmanu, known as Te Whatanui's Reserve. Te Whatanui retained mana in the area and remains recognised as a peacemaker. Tuna in the Hokio Stream, the outlet from Lake Horowhenua, were prized for their quality and the stream for its quantity of tuna. Ngāti Pariroko retained that outlet, the source of food in abundance and the sites of numerous pātuna. Lake Horowhenua was maintained by Te Whatanui's descendants. The lake was considered a jewel of the area. If people wanted to fish in the Hokio Stream, they sought permission from Te Whatanui, the undisputed rangatira. After 1840, the mainly British migrants came in numbers totally unexpected by Māori. As the Māori population decreased due to illness and disease brought from Europe, the migrant population rapidly increased and the way of life of Ngāti Raukawa was severely threatened. Te Whatanui passed away in the late 1840s and was succeeded by his son, Te Tūtaki, as the population balance rapidly tipped in favour of the migrants. Te Tūtaki died in 1869, and what followed was a series of events that resulted in the confiscation of Te Whatanui's land by the courts and government agents from 1870. At this time, a vacuum of Māori leadership was created with the Māori population in sharp decline. The government and newly arrived migrants were willing to fight for the land during the 1850s and 1860s, destabilising of the Horowhenua bloc. It was widely expected that the court would rule in favour of Te Whatanui's boundary. However, almost all the block was given to Te Kepa, a Moepoko rangatira who was well armed, having fought for the crown. If the court were to have found against him, he threatened to take the land by force. It is said he rode on horseback outside the court, firing his musket. The courts did not deal with the evidence before them of ownership. That is that Te Whatanui had mana over the block. Instead, the block was used to reward a soldier of the crown. The government also wanted to purchase land in the Horowhenua and were more likely to purchase from Kemp than from Ngāti Raukawa, who would not sell. What followed was years of harassment from Te Kepa and others. Ngāti Raukawa had refused to be provoked into conflict, insisting the matter be settled peacefully. Ngāti Raukawa were made to defend their rightful claim in forum after forum, the courts, the commission, and successive governments. The cost to Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Pariraukawa is incalculable. The cost in monetary terms is immense. The injustice is immeasurable. The cost in terms of their mana, their dignity, and their sense of justice is significant. The mental stress and anguish over 151 years is a further cost. The new owners sold the land. Settlers came with the new railway, and land purchase agents came in the dozens. The Manawatu and Wellington Railway companies acted as crown surrogates. While Ngāti Raukawa had put faith in the Pākehā law-making machinery, they were proven wrong to have done so. The courts, select committees, and commissions had betrayed Ngāti Raukawa. Ngāti Raukawa had every right to ask for a rehearing. Most applications were ignored by the judicial and executive arms of the government. The Royal Commission sat to inquire into the Horowhenua block. They remained confused and the matter was still unresolved. However, Te Hito's descendants remained on the land they had occupied for most of the 19th century, with mana over the Hokio Stream, despite no formal boundaries being legally defined. They proceeded to build a wharenui, which was opened on Christmas Day 1900, along with other buildings, homes, cultivations, and pātuna along the stream. Ngāti Pariraukawa demonstrated their determination to stay on the land, despite the inability of the government and the courts to resolve their own legal mess. In 1952, the Levin Borough Council decided to discharge sewage into the lake and stream. The Levin community began to enjoy a flush and forget mentality as septic tanks were replaced with sewage lines. The medical officer of health, a Crown agent, authorised the Borough Council to construct emergency overflow channels to bypass the overloaded sewage system and divert the effluent into the lake. The marae was being circled by the sewage on the northern boundary and sewage from the lake to the east, and a piggery was then built on the western boundary. It wasn't long before the marae was encircled by the community's effluent and rubbish. After 100 years of battling to retain the land, the descendants of Te Hito were driven out. In the early 1970s, a hui was called to decide whether to dismantle the whare tupuna of Ngā Tukuwaru marae. After much debate, it was decided to dismantle the whare and to build a new one. It was a statement of defiance and determination to survive into the 21st century. And so began a rebuilding program with volunteer labour on Saturday mornings for the next 2 years. It brought dozens of younger people and families back to the marae for a single purpose, to revive the marae Ngā Tukuwaru and the hapu of Ngāti Parirokua. It was opened by Ngāti Tōrangatira on the 18th of March 1978, with hundreds of people celebrating a new highly decorated and fully carved whare tupuna. Even after the creation of the new whare tupuna, the piggery was still in operation. It had expanded to house 1,200 breeding sows, creating a massive unpleasant odour over the marae. In its current form, the landfill has been operating
Kia ora. Just in light of the technical difficulties with the video, Ms Selby is content to leave the video there and to proceed with questioning.
Should actually work.
Oh. Well, in that case, haere tonu.
your community to fight the council and the regional council since 2004 to have the areas cleaned up. Since 2007, Kapiti Coast Council's waste has gone to Hokio. In May 2021, 6,000 tonnes of contaminated soil from the Wairarapa was discharged to the Hokio site. This stinking, polluting dump is on our doorstep on land we valued in the past. Ngāti Parirokua supported the Whakatupiranga Ruamano vision for the next 25 years, hosting dozens of hui over the years. They supported the revival of the hapu, the iwi, and the marae, Te Wānanga o Raukawa, the Raukawa trustees, the Otaki and Porirua trust boards, Rangatahi hui, and the community. In 2007, the hapu established a Rangatahi mentoring program that attracted more than 100 young people to return to the marae to learn about our history, our people, our priorities, and our marae. They were supported with mentors and by kaumātua over the next 5 years. Rangatahi and often parents engaged in goal setting and mentoring over the following years. Every year we set goals for our marae and for the people who draw strength from being Ngāti Parirokua and from being supported as Ngāti Parirokua. All of our hapu have had to become environmental warriors, fighting for the environment for 120 years, 4 generations of our whānau. The Y113 treaty claim was submitted in 1989 by our tupuna. It has taken another generation for Ngāti Parirokua to be heard by a tribunal. We have survived despite the policies, acts and omissions of the Crown. Treaty claims are about rangatiratanga. We strive to be self-determining as a hapu and as a whānau.
Okay, so next we have the questions from Crown for 15 minutes and then 30 minutes for yourselves. And just on the note with the questioning times for today, so over the cup of tea break, we've been talking with Māni Horner and they are comfortable with the timetable that if in questioning any of the claimants today and the kōrero is continuing, you feel you may need a little bit more time to speak with our claimants, they are comfortable with, if we needed a bit more time this afternoon, that they'll be able to complete their presentations over the remaining days. Right.
Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Your Honour, and tēnā koe, Ms. Selvey. Thank you for your evidence. I have 3 questions arising out of your presentation and out of the original chapter of He Tina Motai. The first is about the 8 original owners of the marae. You say in your evidence that you estimate that there are potentially 15,000 descendants of Pare Raukawa.
Yes.
And the 8 original owners of the marae. I've also read the evidence of Ms. Makaire, who's about to speak shortly, and she talks about 11 individuals who were the original owners of the block on which the marae is situated. And my question is how the figure of 8 people who were the original owners of the marae aligns with the original 11 owners who were awarded the block.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. My response is that on page 46 of Ani's brief of evidence, she has the owners listed there. And there were 11 owners, but only 8 of them had descendants. So we tend to talk about the 8 original owners these days.
Oh, I see. So 3 of them didn't have children, and
That's
so
right.
nobody descends from them. I see.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful. That makes sense. In your presentation summary and in He Tina Motai, you talk about how in the 1970s there's a reinvigorated marae committee inspired by the enthusiasm of one of Emma Hapai Winiata's youngest mokopuna, Whatarangi. So, and I wanted to ask you a question about him. Presumably that's Professor Whatarangi Winiata?
One and the same, yes.
Yes. What can you tell us about him? I have been reading about him and that he'd just come back from America, I think, at this point.
I'm not sure that I should be answering this question, but his eldest son is here, and we could write a book about Professor Whatarangi Winiata, but when he came back from the US in 1972 on sabbatical, he looked at our old house here, the 1900 house, and he asked for advice from local builders, and some of them said that it had a limited lifespan and should be demolished. Others said there was nothing wrong with it, as happens. But he expressed disappointment. So that was one thing. But also at the time when he was doing his sabbatical research, he expressed disappointment in the lack of progress he saw being experienced by Māori in education. He'd been away from 1960 to 1972. And when he came back, he saw that there was little progress made in terms of education, health, income, security, housing, those social indicators. And as a bastion of Māori life and a place maintaining the tikanga and kaupapa of Te Ao Māori, the marae seemed to be a place preserving the values of our tupuna. And he spent some time discussing the benefits of reinvigorating the marae and securing it as a place for future generations. Great foresight. The idea took hold amongst the whānau and hapu, and over the following 5 years, a new whare tupuna was built, as we've just portrayed. It was a part of an iwi program to rebuild our marae and people, and represented the principles that I think Whatarangi was really the architect of whakatupuranga ruamano. So whakatupuranga ruamano has been referenced by many commentators and researchers since the 1970s, and its benefits widely applauded. So our uncle was a visionary, really, is a visionary, and we've all benefited, and particularly here at this marae, from his visions.
Kia ora. Last question. You say in your evidence that despite Lucy Jacobs' misgivings, whānau have returned, though far fewer in number than the numbers who whakapapa to Hito, Te Whatanui's sister. As I just wanted to clarify what you're saying there, which is that there are many people who ultimately whakapapa to Hito, but not all of them have returned to the marae for one reason or another. So there are more descendants out there who could return.
Yeah, there are thousands in Australia and elsewhere around the world, but many people moved away to secure a future for their families because they couldn't by living here. And so when we estimated the number of people, we took one of those original owners, being Emma Harpai, took her 14 children, and our uncle Whatarangi Winiata was an accountant, so we were working out the numbers quite a lot over the years. So she had 14 children. We knew, I think, 11 of them had descendants, and we estimated that the average size of a family, for example, in 1920 was 7. So we did the maths, and we came up with the fact that my mother was one of the granddaughters, and she named the 90 first cousins that she had. So if we multiplied the 90 by 5, which was the average size of family in the 1920s, that's how we came to the 15,000.
Right.
But we don't have 15,000 people here participating. I'd say actively maybe 1,000 or a few more than that, but it's very hard often to bring people back to the marae to contribute. But I'd say that our numbers are increasing because of the programs that have been put in place for our whānau here.
Kia ora. Thank you, Ms Selby. Those are all my questions, Your Honour. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phillipson.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā
Thank
koe.
you for that. So this is just the questions about the introduction. So I only had one about that, and that's about the map on page 351 of the chapter.
351 of Hiti Ngā Motai.
Yes, Hiti Ngā
Oh, yes,
Motai,
okay.
Yeah. It's the map showing the sanctuary.
Yes.
And there's two colours, and there's pink and yellow, and I'm
Yes.
just not sure which is which.
Okay, so that was our Uncle Iwi Katia Nicholson got hold of a couple of highlighters when they sort of first became popular. And he took the horo whenua block and then he coloured in the sanctuary. Yeah, so he's done well with it actually. Because for me it shows it really clearly what he was trying to demonstrate here. It's an Atkins map, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. It's an Atkins map, and so the yellow part with the yellow highlighter shows the sanctuary that Te Whatanui reserved for Muopoko, and it goes from the Hokio stream, which is at the top of the pink, right through to Ngā Manu to, I can't think of the names of the 2 points, but he was trying to show that, he was trying very clearly, showing those 2 points, and they go up, you'll be going to Paeroa later in the week, up to there, and then all the way to the Tararua maunga. So I guess of the 52,000 acres, the yellow represents something like 20,000 acres. So he said, stay here and you'll be protected.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Kia ora, Rachel.
Kia ora, Monty.
Nice to see you again. Well, first of all, I'd just like to say that, having taught at Massey for over a decade and gone to Hatapaora with a lot of Raukawa students, I knew nothing about the history of Ngāti Raukawa. And I don't know if that's because you're only interested in your own iwi when you're in somebody else's region, but I found it fascinating to read about how Ngāti Raukawa came to be here, and just the trials and tribulations that you faced while you have been here. So I guess I'm both humbled and appreciative to know this information after all those years having lived among you. I'd just like to say too, the question about marae, I think we all face that challenge of having so many people rather displaced and trying to get them involved with the marae again. I thought if you've got 1,000 active members, you're doing really well compared to most marae. So how is it that you've achieved that?
Oh, I'd say that Whakatūpuranga Ruamano brought people back here, certainly, and then they wanted to stay. Te Wānanga o Raukawa has certainly brought our people back here, and they've stayed. We then had a program here, the Te Huarahi o Te Ora project, where we had the first weekend we had it, we called people back. We didn't know whether 10 or 50 would turn up. We had over 100. So people were looking for the opportunity, I think, and still are, looking for the opportunity to go to marae and find something meaningful there. Some people sometimes say to me things like, oh, it's a pity marae can't be used for something other than tangi. And I say, come to our marae. We've been recording since the 1980s every hui that we have and how many people are here. And we have... some years, I guess on average, our marae would be used about 40 days of the year. So we've had a lot of functions here. We're quite popular for groups from Wellington, for example, to come to a marae like this because you can see there are no shops and there's nothing to distract people if they're having a hui here. And the same with our young people. If they come here, they can learn from, and that's happened, learn from others who are here. So recently, for example, this year, some of our whānau initiated a Te Reo Māori initiative that's called Te Reo o Hine Pōrorangi. And so on Tuesday and Thursday nights, we can go on to Zoom. And often on a Tuesday night, there'll be 60 or 70 people who have signed into Zoom, and we're learning together, as it were. So I think that being able... What we've done is had a range of programs and initiatives to try and keep the marae as an interesting place for young people. The room that you're in over there is, it was a storage place, and our young people said when we had the our Te Huarahi o Te Ora program, can we have a space so that when we come to the marae, there's a space for us? Yep, we said clean it out, paint it, do as you will, and that became a Te Huarahi o Te Ora space. Yesterday, some of our kuia here are saying, I think this should be a kaumātua space. And I'm saying, no, don't push our young people out. So, it's encouraging them to come back and be here.
Was this whare rebuilt on the same spot where the old one was?
Yes. So the old one is to the right of the light, to the left of the po. You can see it there. And so it was, basically built on top of that footprint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was burnt and the ashes put underneath, and there's a po strapped underneath here as well.
And the 2 acres that was gifted for this area, who owns the land around the 2 acres? Is it the whānau or is it?
There's still some whānau have managed to hold on to it. So this block here was Emma Harpai's block, and across the road there, from there across to the golf course road, was Rere Nicholson, who was the youngest of the Nicholsons. So each of them, when the land was divided, because of Māori land court stuff, they were given blocks, but when there was the sewage went into the lake and people were unable to sustain their living here, they ended up selling. And so Uncle Rere sold that whole block over there to the Evertons, who own most of the land around here. Over the back here, actually one of our whānau who bought back the piggery after the piggery was closed down is there. So there's a few bits and pieces that are still owned. Actually, Annie's done a huge amount of work on this, and I think every block of land at Hokiau, she's explored and knows who owns it now and traced how it got to be there. But yeah, a lot of our whānau gave up, left, sold their land, thought there was nothing here to stay for.
At paragraph 18 of these notes that you just read for us, you say at the end of that paragraph, because we have been denied the opportunity to maintain a cultural presence on our land. Do you really mean that we've been denied our land?
Well, our land was more than 2 acres here, and so what paragraph is it?
Paragraph 18, where you're talking about the actions of the Crown.
The actions of the Crown have curbed the contributions of many of our people. It's still hard for us to, because none of us live here. We've got no homes here. Every time we have something, we have to drive here. Now, some of our uncles would say, well, at least there's a sealed road and you've got a car. But people have to come from Wellington, Palmerston, Whanganui, wherever, to be able to participate here. Right. Well, that's been the case in the past. I guess the te reo or Hene Pōrangi reo classes show that we can do it via Zoom, but that doesn't really maintain the marae. If we're only, we have to be here, I think. Not sure if I've answered your question properly.
Well, I know how difficult that is, given I'm from Ruatoria. The only other thing I wanted to say was in, I think it's about 1979, maybe, I represented the school, our school, for the Korimako Peitahirunui, and one of the subjects I spoke about was whakatipuranga ruamano. Whakatipuranga ruamano. Way back then, when it was just...
starting.
Yeah, just starting. And I don't remember what I said about it, but, to believe that it was going to become a reality way back then when it was such a small thing, it's amazing to look now, and that's the point I was making about whatarangi. And you haven't just helped Ngāti Raukawa, but you've in fact helped Te Iwi Māori. Despite how humbling it is for Ngāti Pou to actually have got involved, we have to pay tribute to Ngāti Raukawa for growing our own people. So ngā mihi kia koutou.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Tuatahi mihi, tautoko ana ngā mihi kua mihi a te ata nei. Tautoko ana ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kona te ngākau te haramai ki konei taku wā tuatahi haramai ki konei. Pai te kite, te tūpuna, te whatanui, e mine ana i te āhua, e mine ana i ki rungi tana whare. E mihi ana ki nā whononga ki wainganui a tātou katoa. I tehi wā ka noho wahangua hau mō i tehi āhuatanga o tēnei mahi rangahau, mahi kremi. Engari, taku pātai pāna ki ngā kaupapa kua kōrerohia mai nei a te karauna me Dr. Grant, te ata nei. The sanctuary for Muaupoko, what did that mean, I guess, in terms of rights for Moropoko in respect of that land?
Well, they could fish out there between Ngā Manu and Te Uamairangi, the 2 points. They could fish there, and recently when we were talking about the Maka claims, things like that, and Iwi Katea Nicholson came to a hui and said, well, Raukawa ki te tonga, the meal, put in a claim on behalf of the iwi. Come on, he said, you people get to and do that. And then I said, what exactly do you want us to claim? And he said, well, if you're going to honour what your tūpuna did, you will not claim between Te Uamairangi and Ngā Manu, because Te Whatanui, guaranteed that for Moropoko. So he said, so are you going to honour what your tūpuna did? And so when we've put in our claim, we've made sure that we honour that. It also, interestingly, people have pointed out to me that that sanctuary does not include, for example, the outlet from the lake. So Raukawa Te Whatanui maintained control of that, which also gave control of the stream. You'll see that the Hokio stream, which is known to be one of the best places to find, well, it used to be, quality and quantity of tuna. Some of the interviews I've done, I can hear Uncle Morphy Graham saying, well, of course, you people over there have the best quantity and quality of tuna in that stream. So when you look at that sanctuary, Raukawa or Ngāti Huia maintained those important points, outlet from the lake and from the sea. So in reality, I guess what it meant was that the rangatiratanga, Te Whatanui's rangatiratanga, was maintained by him reserving for Ngāti Huia, Pari Raukawa, those important parts of the block. But at the same time honouring his commitment to enable Moropoko to come back and settle within this area.
Kia ora.
So does that mean the lake was given up?
By?
Te Whatanui?
No.
No.
No, the lake you'll see on that map that the whole of the southern half of the lake remains within Te Whatanui's boundaries.
Just the southern part?
Southern half.
Southern half.
Yeah, but we've maintained unrestricted fishing rights in the entire lake.
Thank you.
That's often acknowledged here. When we have hui here with our neighbours, they'll say, well, of course, you people have unrestricted fishing rights in the lake. So thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora, and the kōrero for the 15,000 descendants, so many of those descendants will have passed on now, so that's all the generations, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got 1,000 registered.
We've got about 900 registered. I keep pushing.
Yeah.
Try to get to that 1,000.
Yeah. So that, I mean, probably a statistician, mathematician would, be able to do some calculations to kind of estimate.
Have fun with it.
Yeah, bring it forward from 2013, kind of estimate how many have passed on and come up with some sort of number around. Because then, obviously, not static numbers. People are joining us and departing from us every day. So
we do encourage our children to have more babies.
It would be an interesting process to kind of figure it out. But I just wanted to clarify that you're not saying you estimate 15,000 living descendants.
No.
It's 15,000 in total from that period. Yeah.
Yeah, but Emma Harpai died in 1923. So I guess, yes, it's another 100 years, isn't it? It doesn't feel like that. Yeah.
Ka pai. Kare aku pātai
Kia ora.
Tēnā, kia ora.
Well, thank you, Rachel. I don't have any more questions of you. I just want to thank you for the really important report this here te Ngā Mōtai, and to have you present this section means that we have the benefit of your explanation for some of these key points that we're going to have to address in our report. So thank you so much.
Tēnā koutou katoa.
Mr. Stevens, any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Kia ora. Okay, so next we have Ani Mikaere. I've just spoken with Ani and she would prefer to keep her two presentations separate. So for now we will just stick with what's on the timetable. So this is Ani presenting her brief of evidence, document N1C. There was a presentation summary which was filed N1F, but as I explained, the speaking notes which were filed on Saturday, which are hopefully with you now, they have somewhat overtaken the presentation summary. So there are two for Ani. It will be the longer of the two documents that were filed for her. Okay. I'll just briefly note as well that Ani is working off notes that I copied this before we formatted it in that way, so it's not running to the same paragraph number, but it's the same format running across. So
Oh, I don't have paragraph numbers on mine. On mine. E ngā mema o te rōpū whakamana I te tiriti, tēnā koutou. Kia koutou e whakarongo pīkari mai ana, tēnā tātou katoa. He poto no te wā, nō reire me huri tika tonu au ki taku kaupapa. With a slight apology because I have a lot to cover in a relatively short space of time, so I'm probably going to be moving at pace and we could all well be exhausted by the end of it. But I'll do my best to get there within the time allowed. I wanted to start by saying that you'll note that I've drawn extensively on material recorded by our papa and karaua, Iwi Kātea Nicholson. In 1994, he sat right here in this whare, just him and his tape recorder, to record material for the specific purpose of supporting the Y113 claim. Now, these days, academics talk assuredly about research ethics and so forth, but I never met anyone with more exacting standards than our uncle. To him, truth and accuracy were quite literally matters of life and death. So I believe that his decision to record his evidence here, in the presence of our old people, was his way of demonstrating accountability to those who had taught him. Now, I won't be reading many of his words aloud, but a lot of his words are in my full brief of evidence, and I hope that as you read them, you will have a sense of the care and precision with which they were delivered, and also of the enormous sense of responsibility that we now feel to convey this material with integrity. Now, this morning, I probably don't need to repeat much of what my tungane spoke about on the marae. You know that Pare Raukawa was Huia's granddaughter. You will know that she and Tihao, who is also a mokopuna of Huia, had 3 daughters, Te Whatapōporo, Manomano, and Te Hito, and of course a son, Te Whatanui. And Te Whatanui is the reason why we are here, located on the banks of the Hawkeoil stream. You will also be very well aware of the fact that in the early 1820s, Te Rauparaha led a Ngāti Toa migration from Kāwhia to this part of Te Eka Māui, and that after he settled here, he sought to persuade his Ngāti Huia relatives to join him in order to cement his hold on the land. Now, to me, Te Rauparaha's thinking can only be understood in the context of the very close relationship that he had with his Ngāti Huia relations. His mother, Pare Kōhatu, like Pare Raukawa, was a granddaughter of Huia. Te Rauparaha was regarded by Ngāti Huia as the physical embodiment of his Ngāti Huia grandfather's prophecy. Koroua Puta had predicted that if his daughter Pare Kōhatu bore children, one of them would prove to be extraordinary, he taniwha. So from birth, Te Rauparaha was recognised by Ngāti Huia as exceptional and raised accordingly. Pare Raukawa's brother, Hape ki Tuarangi, was one of his mentors, his teacher in the arts of war, and in turn, Te Rauparaha was his uncle's arms bearer. Now, while the links between them were very close, Te Rauparaha's request to his mother's people to migrate south was no small one, and his invitations were repeatedly declined. It wasn't until his sister Waitohi famously issued her request to a group of Ngāti Huia rangatira in a way that only a woman could do, that they were moved to respond. A number of Ngāti Raukawa migrations followed, as Pakaki spoke about this morning, during the mid to late 1820s, led by Te Ahu Karamu, Nepia Taratoa and Te Whatanui. The whakapapa provided in my brief reveals just how closely related all of the key players were to Waitohi, and she's also credited with allocating land to those who answered her call and with establishing the boundary between Ngāti Toa Rangatira allies, Te Atiawa and Ngāti Raukawa. Te Whatanui was given various blocks throughout the region, including here at Horowhenua. As stated by our uncle Iwi Kātea, Ngāti Raukawa's mana and tino rangatiratanga was derived from the law of tuku whenua and the fulfilment of the expectation of that law. So Te Whatanui led Te Heke Mairaro south in 1828-29, and he wasted no time in establishing and maintaining ahika here in Horowhenua. By the early 1830s, we know that he had established extensive cultivations around the lakeside and was taking full advantage of the tuna for which the area was renowned, as Rach spoke about. An attractively dispersed complex of settlements was established close to the lake and on both sides of the Hokio stream. It's hard to estimate with precision the combined population of these interlinked settlements, but historical records suggest that it was in the hundreds. Then, as now, a significant measure of a rangatira was their ability to provide manaakitanga, hence the careful attention paid to cultivations and to managing the numerous pā tuna. Whare Puhunga, erected on the northern side of the stream, was large enough to host visitors with ease, and in later years, Te Whatanui also established a pā at the mouth of the stream out on the coast for the purpose of providing a convenient stopover for groups who travelled along the coast. As the years passed, Te Whatanui's people were buried at Raumatangi. By 1873, these included his wife, Tautika, a number of his sons, and his niece, Hine Puororangi. Te Whatanui Tūtaki, often known to us simply as Te Tūtaki, was the last of Te Whatanui's children to live at Horowhenua. After his death in 1869, it was primarily the children and grandchildren of Te Whatanui's sister, Te Hito, who remained here. Te Hito's children, who had been brought here by Te Whatanui, were Tarapuhi, otherwise known as Waitene Tiwaiwai, and Hine Puororangi. Te Tūtaki's death triggered a chain of events which was to prove disastrous for them and for the generations who followed, propelling them into a lengthy and exhausting struggle to maintain a presence on the land. The disputes that flared up following Te Tūtaki's death had their origins in events that had occurred during the early years of Ngāti Toa Rangatira settlement in this region. I don't propose to dwell on the details. They're provided in the words of our uncle Iwi Kātea in my written brief. As Ross Cowman has written recently, this history is part of who we were and are still. While some of it makes for uncomfortable reading, it was a completely different world with its own codes of behaviour. As Uncle Iwi has quoted as saying before the tribunal, aha ko te wiriwiri, ko te ao Māori tērā me ōna tikanga. The essential facts are that Te Rauparaha's children were murdered at Te Wī by Toheriri and others from Waipoko, Te Rauparaha narrowly escaping death himself. Thereafter, he engaged in a relentless campaign against Waipoko, their extermination his object. Now, it was almost certainly expected that Te Whatanui, when he arrived here, would support Te Rauparaha's efforts, but instead, he took the decision to shelter the survivors, inviting Taueki to gather them together and placing them under his protection. He subsequently, as Rach spoke about earlier, set aside a sizable sanctuary from Waipoko. Now, in my view, His decision to thwart Te Rauparaha's agenda was a carefully considered assertion of Te Whatanui's mana over his recently acquired lands here. The balance to be struck between their respective spheres of authority was a fine one. Satisfactory resolution of the matter entirely dependent on the ability of all concerned to negotiate the subtleties of personal relationships and political power. Te Rauparaha did not give way lightly, testing Te Whatanui's resolve on at least one occasion, but eventually conceding, placated possibly by Te Rangi Haiata's insistence that the protection would only hold so long as Moepoko remained within the sanctuary. Over the years, Te Whatanui's words had been widely misquoted, his actions misinterpreted. In response to Tauki's inquiry as to whether he was big enough to keep his promise of protection, Te Whatanui replied, "Heoi anō rā, ko te mea e pāki au ko te ua anake o te rangi. You should know that the only thing that will touch me will be the rain from heaven, from the sky, sorry, not from heaven, the rain from the sky." This was a statement about mana, a supremely confident assertion that within his realm, his word was law. Over the years, many have turned that statement on its head, suggesting that what Te Whatanui actually said was, "Nothing but the rain from heaven can touch you." And this portrays him as some kind of pre-Christian Good Samaritan who, as things turned out, was generous to a fault. But there was much more to Te Whatanui than that. He was a skilled military campaigner, an astute politician who, like any rangatira, prioritised the welfare of his people. Importantly, he understood the value of peace. It takes strong and unquestioned leadership to maintain political stability, peace and prosperity within your sphere of influence, and even more so when faced with fiercely opposing views on the part of your close relatives and allies. It would have taken considerable strength of character and confidence to deliberately test the resolve of someone with Te Rauparaha's focus and tenacity. My view is that Te Rauparaha recognised the move for what it was, a demonstration of mana, and accepted it as appropriate. Te Whatanui was making it clear that while he had taken up Waitohi's invitation and was living on the land ceded to him by her and her brother, his mana in no way derived from them. He remained a rangatira in his own right. As you've heard earlier today, for their part, Moepoko referred to him as Te Whetū Marama o Te Ata, the shining star of the morning, their protector. As Uncle Iwi has stated, e hara no Ngāti Raukawa tērā kupu, Te Whetū Marama o Te Ata, nā rātou anō nā Moepoko. Nā, ko ia te kaimanaki, kai whakamarumaru, ko ia te rangatira. I aia te mana, e ai taku titiro, e ai taku mōhio. Just gonna stop for a drink. Now, following the death of Te Tūtaki, Te Whatanui's son, in 1869, Moepoko began reasserting their claim to Horowhenua. After several years of escalating violence and a lengthy but ultimately unsuccessful campaign to have the matter settled by arbitration, the case went before the Native Land Court in 1873. Nā Ngāti Pare Raukawa anticipated that the court would acknowledge the mana of Te Whatanui over the entire 52,000-acre Horowhenua block, affirming his promise to Tauki by issuing a certificate of title to Moepoko over the 20,000-acre sanctuary that he had established for their protection, shown here in the shaded area, and confirming Ngāti Pare Raukawa title to the remaining 32,000 acres. It's really important to note that this stance made no concession to Moepoko authority within Horowhenua block. It was driven by an unwavering acknowledgement that Te Whatanui's word was law. Defying his word would have been understood as undermining his mana. In a decision that stunned Ngāti Pare Raukawa, Judges Rogan and Smith awarded almost all of the 52,000-acre block to Moepoko. They found that while Moepoko had been glad to avail themselves of his protection and had looked up to Te Whatanui as their chief, they'd never surrendered their lands to him. Rather, they found Te Whatanui had acquired some land at Raumatangi by gift from Moepoko. This was recognised by the grant of just 100 acres, shown in red on the map, to Te Whatanui's representatives. Now, this judgment only served to intensify the dispute between Ngāti Pare Raukawa and Moepoko, which threatened to spiral out of control in the following months. Armed conflict, drawing in allies from other hapu and from Ngāti Toa Rangatira, was only narrowly averted when Mātene Te Whiwhi exhorted our people to think carefully lest our actions compromise the integrity of Te Whatanui's word. Kaireo e pirangi kia takatakahi I ngā kupu o tō koutou koraua kia taureka-rekatia. As one of the last of those who had migrated from Kāwhia over 50 years earlier, he was probably the only person with sufficient mana to prevent the outbreak of war. From all accounts, his advice was accepted, albeit with some reluctance. But the situation remained extremely tense, and in 1874, Native Minister Donald Maclean was called upon to come and try and resolve matters. As a result, 2 agreements were struck. The first was for Kemp to lay off a further 1,300 acres for the descendants of Te Whatanui. The second was for a cash payment and the laying off of reserves between Lake Papaitonga and the coast for the benefit of 4 named hapu, one of whom was Ngāti Pariraukawa. Now, this second agreement was to compensate for the fact that the court awarded land to Kemp that it had already awarded to Ngāti Raukawa as part of the Kukutauaki judgment just a few weeks earlier. It was 1898 before this agreement resulted in the award to the 4 hapu of 210 acres, Horowhenua Block 11A1. I'm hoping that's going to work, is it? I'll try it one more time. Oh, no, there it is, that's it. You can see it there in red. No, it's on back, damn it. It's a little red blip on the southern border of the block. Ngāti Pariraukawa was awarded approximately 71 acres within this block. Is that where? There it is there. Cool. The first of these agreements took even longer to sort out. Both the amount and the location of the land involved were disputed. While the 1874 agreement specified 1,300 acres as the area to be set aside, Kemp subsequently argued that he'd only ever intended to set aside 1,200 acres. To make matters worse, the 1,200 acres that was eventually partitioned out, which was Block 9, which will come up in a moment, here it is. This area excluded the area where Ngāti Pariraukawa homes actually were, because we all lived in this area here. And it was nowhere close to the Hokio stream. It took nearly 4 decades of court hearings, commissioners, and legislative interventions before most of Horowhenua Block 11B41 was awarded to Ngāti Pariraukawa. That happened in 1912. A further cause of contention in relation to this first agreement was the intended meaning of the phrase, the descendants of Te Whatanui. Specifically, the question was, who was entitled to Block 9? Te Whatanui's lineal descendants were the children and mokopuna of his daughter, Te Rangingānana, who had married Pōmare and settled in Te Taitokero, and none of them actually lived here. The lineal descendants of Te Hito, Te Whatanui's sister, had continued to live on and fight for the land, in the courts and before countless parliamentary committees. While the records suggest a degree of willingness to compromise in the early stages of the dispute, positions hardened over time, as they often do, each side eventually arguing that the other should be excluded entirely. It was 1898 before the Native Appellate Court finally resolved this issue, dividing Block 9 evenly between the 2 groups. You can see Block 9A was awarded to Te Hito's uri, while Block B was awarded to the group that had been known by that time as the Pōmare Party. The latter group had always been very clear that their intention was actually to sell any land that was allocated to them, and by 1915, all of Block 9B had been sold. Map 2, which I'm hoping will come up, there it is, shows the land that was left to Ngāti Pariraukawa by 1912, nearly 40 years after the Native Land Court judgment that literally tore our world out from under us. So you can see there we've got the reserves down on the boundary, we've got Block 9A, Raumatangi, that was the original 100 acres, and Block 11B41, which was awarded to us in 1912. Each and every acre of this tiny area marked in red has been hard won, consuming years of interminable struggle within every judicial and parliamentary forum imaginable. Now, while our tupuna were unavoidably drawn into protracted disputes about the implementation of Maclean's 1874 agreements, they never lost sight of the fact that the 1873 Native Land Court judgment was the root of the injustice that they had suffered. This judgment represented a complete denial of Te Rauparaha's conquest of this area and of Te Whatanui's mana, which was all that had stood between Waipoko and their certain extinction at the hands of Te Rauparaha. Uncle Iwi described the Native Land Court as a ngarara kai whenua, created to take our land, destroy our tikanga, and interfere with our thinking. The 1873 judgment, he says, was understood by our old people as a confiscation. Now, I noticed that during week 8, the question was asked why Ngāti Pāreraukoa had supported the dispute going to the Native Land Court for resolution, particularly given the defeat suffered by Ngāti Raukawa in the Manawatu case. In my view, there are a number of possible answers to this question. Firstly, we were actually left with no choice in the matter. We tried very hard to take the matter to arbitration, but this didn't happen, and we were left with the Native Land Court as our only option. Secondly, though, I think that even though the court had refused to acknowledge the conquest of Ngāti Apa and Manawatu, we may well have felt that there could be no doubt when it came to Horowhenua. The story of Te Rauparaha's campaign against Moepoko was so well known, as was the story of Te Whatanui's protection of them. Thirdly, in the unlikely event that doubt was going to be cast on the conquest narrative, we may well have felt that our actual occupation of Horowhenua would have made us relatively confident of a positive outcome based on the Kukutauaki judgment just a few weeks earlier. And finally, this wasn't one of those cases where the court was being required to make an all-or-nothing decision. The competing interests could so readily have been accommodated simply by upholding Te Whatanui's boundaries, which had held solidly for over 40 years and which were so self-evidently fair and reasonable. So the judgment came as a real shock. As anyone would do, our tupuna sought explanations for the inexplicable. They were aware that Kemp, having fought with the Crown in various military campaigns, was regarded as an ally, and that by comparison, their close relationship with Waikato, and therefore with the Kingitanga, made them targets of suspicion in the eyes of government officials. After what had happened in Manawatu, they would also have known that Ngāti Raukawa resistance to land sales had long frustrated Crown efforts to open up this part of the country for settlement, and that iwi such as Ngāti Apa, on the other hand, had proven to be not merely willing, but enthusiastic sellers. They would have noted how the Manawatu judgment had emboldened Moepoko, encouraging them to challenge a state of affairs that had not been questioned for 2 generations. As matters escalated during the build-up to the 1873 court hearing, our people had repeatedly asked that government-supplied guns be removed from Hunia and others of Moepoko. Before the 1896 Native Affairs Committee, both Kipa Te Whatanui and Neville Nicholson stated that Kemp had displayed government rifles during the 1873 hearing in a blatant bid to influence the court. Also appearing before that 1896 committee was T.C. Williams, who recounted a conversation that he had had with Hemi Tautari, the Māori assessor who had sat with Judges Rogan and Smith in 1873. Hemi Tautari had told Williams that if the court had not awarded the block to Moepoko, there would have been bloodshed. He had also pointed out Kemp's good work fighting with the Crown forces against the Hohos. Now, our tupuna may not have been able to prove anything untoward in the way that the judges or the officials or key politicians conducted themselves during this period, but a lack of hard evidence did nothing to allay the strong suspicion that judges, officials, and politicians had actively collaborated with one another and with Moepoko to defeat our legitimate claim to Horowhenua. As the years unfolded, it brought little satisfaction to find this hypothesis supported by the judiciary, by Moepoko themselves, and by Pākehā who had witnessed key events. So before the Horowhenua Commission of 1896, we heard Kemp and others from Moepoko openly admit to having deliberately lied before the Native Land Court in 1873 for the express purpose of defeating our claims. We also heard Judge Wilson explain what he described as a tradition of the Native Land Court in the following way, and I quote, "Special legislation should make anything that seemed to require it valid. So much so that in 1873, Mr McLean thanked Judge Rogan for acting outside the law so as to get the country settled. All that he did was legalised afterwards, I have no doubt. Of the 5 judges, Smith was the one who heard the block in the first instance, and he said to me, they will legalise what we have done. By 1929, we were able to read Hokio settler Rod MacDonald's first-hand account of an event that occurred during an adjournment in the 1873 court proceedings. Judges Rogan and Smith, accompanied by a large party of court officials and others, had met Kemp at the MacDonald house for lunch before riding over the block together. MacDonald's brother accompanied them and reported back that Kemp showed the judges where he wanted the boundaries. MacDonald continues, there was no question as to ownership. Kemp put in his pegs, and the court, when it returned to Foxton, gave him the land he asked for. This version of events might explain how it was that the court so casually awarded Kemp land to the south of the Horowhenua block, land that it had just a few weeks previously awarded to Ngāti Raukawa in its Kukutauaki judgment. As a result of the reports completed for this inquiry, we now know that McLean only pretended to support the resolution of the dispute by way of runanga, rather than referring it to the Native Land Court. We know more about the extent to which Kemp and his men had been armed with Crown rifles and ammunition during this time period. We have a clearer picture of just how popular Kemp was with key politicians, of his close personal relationships with many of them, and of the extraordinary latitude that was afforded him in respect of those Crown-supplied arms. We also know much more about the so-called tangled web of cosy relationships that existed between Kemp, McLean and other members of the executive and Judge Rogan. We know that Rogan made his mind up quite early on in the 1873 proceedings, resignedly telegramming Native Undersecretary Cooper that he would nevertheless be forced to submit to a long period of apparent attentive listening, and telling McLean a week or so later, I've withstood this business till now, but I've got all the evidence I require. We also know that shortly before issuing his judgment, he reassured McLean that he expected Kemp to give a standing ovation. Now, all of this detail may help to explain why our repeated attempts to have the case reheard met with just a wall of resistance. The judgment was delivered on the 5th of April, 1873. By the 21st of April, Waitaneti Waiwai and 69 others had petitioned the governor, seeking his consent for a rehearing. 2 days later, on the 7th of May, a little bit later, they wrote to their lawyer, asking him to present their petition to the governor and to Native Minister McLean. On the 12th of May, they wrote again to the governor, asking whether he had received their petition and seeking an early response as to the matter of the rehearing. On the 13th of May, Waitaneti Waiwai, standing as tarapuhi on this occasion, and 43 others wrote to the minister, Donald McLean, seeking his consent to a rehearing. Their lawyer forwarded their petition to the court on the 15th of May. In the margin of one of their applications, Native Undersecretary Cooper noted his hope that Rogan would not support it. On the 3rd of June, Judges Rogan and Smith obliged, refusing the application. On the 8th of December, Tarapuhi and Tapaya wrote to Chief Judge Fenton seeking a rehearing and asking that it be conducted by a different judge. Fenton refused their application on the basis that it was out of time, not having been sent within 6 months of the hearing. When they raised the matter with Donald McLean the following month, he told them it was childish work to ask for a rehearing. Now, this flurry of activity is exhausting reading it out, let alone imagining what it would have been like being involved in it. But it only covers the 9-month period immediately following the issuing of the 1873 Native Land Court decision. In fact, for over 2 decades, Ngāti Pāreraukawa tried over and over and over again to have the matter reopened. Rarely did a year pass without the case for a rehearing being forwarded in writing or in person before judges, ministers, government officials or members of parliament. For their efforts, our tūpuna were ignored, stonewalled, dismissed, trivialised, and even, in 1886, threatened by Judge Wilson with imprisonment. Unbelievably, when Kipita Whatanui raised the issue with the Native Affairs Committee in 1891, the chairman of that committee roundly criticised him for having allowed this matter to remain over so long, as though Ngāti Pāreraukawa had been sitting on their hands for the preceding 18 years. The significant exception to this demoralising succession of disappointments was the 1896 Native Affairs Committee of the Legislative Council, which listened carefully and recommended that the 1873 case be reheard, rightly concluding that there will always remain a constant sense of injustice in the minds of these people unless a rehearing is granted. But any hopes that might have been raised by their recommendation were very quickly dashed by Native Minister Seddon, who insisted that reopening the case after so many years would throw land titles throughout the country into doubt, prejudicially affecting European landowners. This was a blatantly cynical ploy to exploit Pākehā insecurities, because the 1896 petitioners had been very clear that they did not seek to disturb the title of any Pākehā who had purchased within the Horowhenua block, and this fact had been explicitly noted by the Native Affairs Committee in its report. A few years later, the matter was raised in Parliament again, when legislation to implement some of the 1896 Horowhenua Commission's recommendations came before the House. Hone Heke, on that occasion, argued strenuously that the 1873 Horowhenua judgment should be reopened, claiming that the strings of the government had always been pulled against Ngāti Raukawa and that the Crown had thrown its support behind those who were willing to sell the land. He said this: "Behind the 1873 decision breathed the active support of the then government. The members of this family suffered not only at the hands of the Native Land Court of the time, but at the hands of the government of the time." Native Minister James Carroll was unmoved, arguing that it would be impossible to reopen the matter without injuring many innocent people, and insisting that in the interests of the natives themselves, it would be better to have as little investigation as possible. He also issued what could be described as the 1906 equivalent of an exhortation to move beyond grievance mode, insisting, this is a quote, "The plea of those who want the whole of the block ripped up because of some alleged grievance against the judgment of the court in 1873, and the sentimental desire to fight out again the old traditional grounds should not be entertained. We have had commissions and land court investigations, and you may go on ad infinitum, and still there will always be someone to say, 'Let us have another hearing, we have not had justice,' and there will always be a grievance." Then in 1912, freed from the constraints of the 1873 precedent by the provisions of the Native Land Claims Adjustment Act, the Native Appellate Court effectively repudiated the reasoning underpinning the 1873 judgment when it awarded most of Block 11B41, that's this one up here again, to Ngāti Pariraukawa. It concluded that Te Whatanui held the area in question under an effective conquest and found that there is not a particle of doubt that the Ngāti Raukawa in 1840 were the absolute masterful owners of the block. Now, I know that Richard Boast has said quite a bit about this. The Native Land Court echoed this position in 1926 when it investigated title to Raumatangi. Despite this, and in a final unspeakably cruel twist, the 1873 judgment stood. Stop for a breath. Now, following the 1873 judgment, our tūpuna continued to live here, cultivating the land, gathering tuna from the stream, but there was no escaping the devastating impact of that judgment, or the corrosive effect of the interminable legal battles that had followed it. During the 1890s, they decided against waiting for the courts to award them the land upon which they'd been living for over 60 years. They built the tūpuna whare Ngā Tokowaru, opening it on the 25th of December 1900. This block that we're on now, Block 11B41A, was subsequently awarded to them in 1909. And you can't really see it, it's just that top little bit there. Actually, I can probably give a better map. Hopefully that'll come up, will it? Yep. So this block here was awarded to us in 1909, and then in 1912, most of the rest of this block here was awarded to us as well. Okay, so while our efforts to get the 1873 judgment overturned were unsuccessful, it did result in that initial award of just 100 acres being eventually increased to nearly 900 acres. So that's Raumatangi as well as the rest of the land comes to about 900 acres I'll give you a better look at it with a bigger map, I hope. So we were left with, aside from that little bit out on the periphery, we were left with Raumatangi, Block 9A and 11B41. 900 acres, just, I think it's 888, in fact, 898 acres. Today, just 265 of the nearly 900 acres remains in our hands. 215 of those are still Māori land. There it goes. So the red bits are Māori land. The blue striped bits are bits of land that are still in Ngāti Parirokua ownership, but they're general land. Now, in the map book, and I hope you'll take time to have a look at maps 6 to 28, provide a highly effective visual overview of the inexorable reduction of our Ngāti Parirokua footprint. And I really hope you'll take time to look at that. But what I want to do is just look, I'm going to focus in just very quickly and just skim through some slides that take us through this block here, 11B41E, because the pattern that you see there is one that's repeated in all of the blocks. I'm hoping that they don't take forever. So we start in 1910, actually 1912 by the time we got a lot of this back, and you can see that all of the darker coloured areas are Ngāti Parirokua land. By 1930, they've all been partitioned, and then from that point onwards, you just have a steady chipping away at what's left. Here we go. Very busy decade with the 1950s. You'll notice that an awful lot of land was lost to us in the 1950s. And then after the 1967 Māori Affairs Amendment Act, whereby anything that was owned by fewer than 5 owners became general land immediately, there was another big push after that as well. So, as I say, I hope you'll have a look at the maps because the wonderful Stuart Halliday was terribly helpful and we actually had some really good graphics, but I don't have time to go through them all today. But what I would like to do, though, is actually just identify from the huge amount of work that Stuart and I did some general themes that pop out at me when I look at what's happened from 1912 to the present. So, to start with, I will mention, what's that doing there? 11D, yeah, there we go, 11A1D, the little bit out on the periphery. This was sold on the 19th of June 1912. And given that the hapu was embroiled at that time in a fierce dispute over the rightful allocation of that 11B41 towards the top, it might seem odd that while we're really fighting hard to retain this block of land here, we would willingly sell a block of land out on the periphery. But I suspect, looking at the dates carefully, that relinquishing one was the price that we had to pay to save the other one. And the reason I say this is because in 1908, the Native Land Court, you'll recall, had given us just 47 acres of 11B41, and that was this block here, the little bit right on the top. And Edward Nicholson, otherwise known to us as Uncle Dede, he's up on the back wall there, he petitioned the government for a rehearing. That was granted by the Native Land Claims Adjustment Act in 1910, and on the 25th of October in 1912, his appeal was lodged with the Native Land Court. It resulted in almost all of 11B41 being awarded to Ngāti Parirokua. I'm hoping that map might show it. Oh no, that's a different one. Ooh. Okay, don't forget about that for a minute. So I guess my point is I think that they decided that they needed to save this block in order to pay for the appeal, because the dates all add up. They accepted they had to sell that block out on the periphery to pay for the appeal, because the dates are very closely aligned. And that, of course, actually, that's consistent with all the stories that our parents told us, of the stories that they had been told about the sacrifices that were necessary in order to hold on to this piece of land, because financially it was a huge burden, all the endless court cases. So that's one example. Now, we also know that during the early to mid-20th century, the Horowhenua County Council was irrationally obsessed with pursuing rates from the owners of Māori land. The council regularly applied to the Māori Land Court for charging orders and receiverships in respect of Māori land, often without even bothering to let the owners know that rates were owed. Charging orders remained on the land until they were paid. So we have one example where an order was made against Horowhenua 9A5 in 1933, and that wasn't discharged until part of the block was sold in 1962. The popular view at the time was that the problem of non-payment of rates on Māori land was best solved by selling that land. Now, I think that the sale of the next block that's going to show up as 9A4, which is there. I think that the sale of that block may well be directly linked to the council's myopia in terms of rating Māori land. Rere Nicholson, who I've mentioned already, championed the fight for the land on behalf of Ngāti Pariraukoa for several decades. He was tireless. His contribution in this regard acknowledged by naming a niece Te Mahinga Nui a Rere. That's a name that's stuck with us through the generations. So his decision to sell this 18-acre block it seems strangely inconsistent with his relentlessly determined campaign to preserve the hapu land base. But I think the explanation may well lie in his liability as lessee to pay rates on Raumatangi. So Raumatangi is to the north of that block. If you look at it, Raumatangi's up in the top corner there. In April 1930, the council applied for a charging order over Raumatangi, but the application was adjourned when it emerged that the council had been wrongly levying the rates against the owners of the block instead of the responsible occupier, who was Uncle Rere, who was leasing it. A minute note on the council file noted that a rate notice would instead be sent to Rere Nicholson and that the court would grant the charging order in the event that the rates were not paid, concluding with the writer's view that probably Nicholson will evade the order. Now, that's not the Uncle Rere that we knew, and in fact the rates were paid, so no charging order was ever made. But there's no doubt that non-payment of the rates would have put Raumatangi at risk. Now, this block is particularly significant to us. It's the block where Te Whatanui established our first settlements here. It's got our urupa on it. It was the only block that was actually awarded to us originally back in 1873. So it would have made perfect sense again for Uncle Rere to make the sacrifice a block out on the other side on Block 9 in order to preserve Raumatangi and pay the rates and keep it basically beyond the grasping Horowhenua County Council. The damage done by the Māori Land Court didn't end with its 1873 judgment or with the crippling costs of its appeals processes or even with its support for the County Council's punitive rates policy. Because, like everywhere else in the country, all land that was returned to Ngāti Pariraukoa after the 1873 judgment was subject to a system of land tenure that had been explicitly designed to facilitate the transfer of Māori land into settler ownership. Throughout the 20th century, the court played a key role in the relentless erosion of what little land remained to us. I think it's going to come up. For instance, during the mid-1950s, the court confirmed alienations of a number of blocks within Horowhenua 11B41, which were in fact inalienable. If you look at the original certificates of title, in bold writing across the top of each and every one of them is the word inalienable, but the court still approved their alienation. So the particular blocks are 11B41A, 11B41B, and 11B41C. With the sale of these three blocks, which incidentally were sold at around the same time as this block in here, this block here, 11B41E2. So with the sale of these three blocks, A1, E2, B and C, what happened with that was that we lost the corridor of land between here, the marae, and the urupa. That all went out of hapu ownership in that moment. The sale of B and C also illustrate another serious shortcoming in the court's processes. In both of these instances, the court paid scant regard to the rights of legitimate successors, allowing a single child or grandchild to succeed to the interests of one of the owners named in the original certificates of title, even though that owner had 13 other children and over 80 other mokopuna. So a single child and then a single mokopuna where there were 14 children, and I think actually Rachel said 90 mokopuna. But there was no mention made of these other potential successors. So as both of these examples illustrate, the court was only too happy to facilitate the passage of land out of Ngāti Pariraukoa ownership and into the hands of Pākehā farmers. In the vast majority of cases, court minutes reveal that confirmations of sale were routinely granted, typically with minimal or no explanation. And in fact, in a lot of these instances, the succession orders and the confirmations of sale are all happening literally 1 minute apart. Like you look on the record and it's 1 minute succession goes through, 1 minute the next succession, the next minute confirmation of alienation. So the court knew very well what it was doing and why. Now there's one exception. As I say, I've looked at all three of these records and most of the time there's not a word said, it's just tick the box and away it goes. But there is one that's a bit of an exception. And strangely enough, it's this little block down here in the corner, 11B 41E1 and 9A2B. This is unusual because in this instance they're approving an alienation, but the court is unusually fulsome in its explanation. When I say fulsome, there's kind of 1.5 pages of scrawled handwritten notes. But what's in those 2 pages reveals quite a lot of the thinking at the time. The judge noted that the owners lived scattered throughout New Zealand, were numerous, and that their number would be greatly increased if the successions were brought up to date. He believed that there was very little likelihood that any of the owners of the small pieces of adjoining Māori land would be interested or able to buy. He considered that the owners had struck a hard bargain in price, which no one else would pay, unless it could be used with other land, noting that the purchaser had already acquired land at the back of this block and could utilise the blocks together. Now, the person who bought this block, that's the one that bought that corridor of land between the marae and the urupa. The judge's main concern appeared to be with the Land Settlement Promotion Act, which you might be familiar with, which prohibited the undue aggregation of farmland. However, the judge felt that the interest of the owners and the clearing of title were of sufficient weight to remove this alienation from the class that would otherwise be rejected as undue aggregation. Now, how he figured out that it could possibly be in the interest of the owners for the land to be sold, I don't know. It's also a cruel irony to find the number of owners or their geographical spread being utilised as justifications for reducing our land base still further. The proliferation of owners, as you'll know, is an inevitable outcome of the court's approach to succession, and the geographical spread of the owners is a direct consequence of the 1873 judgment, which forced us to disperse because we'd been left with no land to live on. Also interestingly, though, to me, is that the rules about undue aggregation of land appear to have been honoured more in the breach than in the observance. Numerous blocks within Raumatangi 11B41 and Horowhenua 9A were sold to a single Pākehā farming family during the 1950s. Now, that family has gone on to consolidate its position as the main landholder within these blocks. By 2021, it owned over 90% of Raumatangi. Can I find it? Yep, 90% of Raumatangi. I think over half of 11B41, around a quarter of 9A, and in fact almost all of 9B. So that single Pākehā farming family owns much, much more than all of Ngāti Parirokua combined of these blocks. Now, far and away the most pernicious aspect of the system of tenure ushered in by the Native Land Acts was the individualisation of title to land that had formerly been held by the collective. Individualisation of title to the small area remaining to Ngāti Parirokua rendered the land inherently vulnerable. All it took was for a vulnerable individual to be identified, anyone who was in financial difficulty or for whom the temptation of personal gain outweighed any sense of hapu responsibility, and the system swung into action. Succession orders were granted with few questions asked. Those opposed to selling were either marginalised or accommodated. Sometimes they were allowed to partition out, sometimes they exchanged their interests, and alienations were approved as a matter of course. Facilitating the ongoing reduction of Ngāti Parirokua's land base during the 20th century was business as usual for the Māori Land Court. In 1873, it had virtually erased us from the map, reducing our lands by over 97%. In 1898, it slashed our entitlement to the 1,200 acres promised to us under the 1874 agreement by awarding half of Horowhenua 9 to our northern relatives, fully cognisant of their intention to sell. The court processes, as you will know, brought out the worst in people. It pitted iwi against iwi, hapu against hapu, whānau against whānau, and individuals against their whanaunga. Relationships that had been established and regulated within a framework of tikanga were destroyed. Te Whatanui's promise to Moepoko had resulted in over 4 decades of stability before the operation of the Native Land Court in the Manawatu persuaded Kemp that it could be nullified, 50 years of history rewritten in the process. The issue of who was entitled to Block 9 reduced both sides to a bitter squabble over the crumbs that had been left to us. The behaviour of individual hapu members who succeeded to and sold off precious remnants of land during the mid-19th century inevitably attracted condemnation and ill feeling from others. But careful management of relationships was central to tikanga and to the exercise of rangatiratanga. However, as David Williams has pointed out, individualisation and tenure reform were policies deliberately imposed to undermine tribal rangatiratanga. Loss of tribal rangatiratanga was an inevitable feature of land court legislation, and the operations of the court also contributed significantly to undermining hapu cohesion. This has certainly been our experience. It's only right that I finish this presentation with the words of our uncle, Iwi Kātea. Not one of us here could put it any better. E ai taku ngākau, he kino ngā mahi kāwanatanga, mai iho, tai mai ki tēnei rangi, ko taua āhua anō. Ahakoa I ngā Māori, ngā piki, ngā heke, ngā tau kumekume, ngā pakanga, I wainganui a rātou anō, I tau katoa nei āhuatanga, me te whakarite huarahi mō tā rātou nohotahi ki tā te Māori e tika ai. Nā I konei te hunga take kore, mana kore, I te āhua kūpapa atu ki te tū, ki te whakarereke I ngā tikanga tawhito, he hanga tikanga no tā rātou. Ina rā te kupu, I muia e te ngaro. Koia tēnei, tērā tonu, te hunga take kore, mana kore, koia anō, ko te ngaro tōna rite. Tā te Pākehā tāna mahi, nā I meatia ana ture whenua, ture hoko, ko waika mōhio, e hia rā o enei ture, pēwhea te whānuitanga o aua ture. I meangia ai, engari, ki te kore e tutuki ki tāna I hiahiatia ai, nā ka whakakorea aua ture. Ka meatia he ture anō kia tutuki ki tāna I tūmanakotia ai. Ko te kōrero I ki ana, ko te ao tawhito tērā kua pahe mō ake, ko te ao hau anō tēnei I taua wā me ōna rerekētanga e haere ake nei. Apai, tēnā tātou.
Mr. Stephen.
It's Ms. Clark. Thank you, Your Honour.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Makaere, ko Isabella Clark tōku ingoa, kei kōnei ahau mō te karona. Your Honour, one of the questions that I want to ask relates to the second part of Ms. Makaere's brief, and so I understand it may be appropriate for me to ask that in the second part of the presentation, if Your Honour pleases. I have a range of questions about this first part and then one question about the second part. So I will ask the first questions now and then the other one later. Thank you, ma'am. I want to ask you some questions about the role and position of women in Māori society. And this is something that you've referred to in your brief in terms of the importance of particular wahine and also the way that those stories have been presented or the importance that's been given to them over time. So perhaps a good place to start is if you would like to say anything about the importance or position of women in Te Ao Māori, including cosmology and origin stories. If you have any examples to give about the importance of wahine Māori.
How long have you got?
I don't want to interrupt the witness, but is this... she doesn't really cover this in depth other than to note the status of some of the major players.
Yes, and I'm happy to move on if that suits, Mum.
Yes, we probably don't need to cover that in depth because that's for the manawahine.
No, and it was scene setting only, so if Your Honour prefers, I can of course move on to the more particular.
Yes.
I could certainly talk a little bit about Waitohi, if you like,
Yes.
and that
Why don't you
particular
do
kōrero.
That
Yes,
was,
happy to do that.
that was going to be one of
Yes.
the places I was going to take you, so that would be very much appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I refer there to the fact that she issued the invitation in a way that only a woman could.
Yes.
And that after years of her brother failing, she succeeded. So there's clearly something significant about that. Now, Uncle Iwi talked to me a lot about this particularly. So her specific words to them were, haere ki aku were were, haere mai hei noho i te whenua, mai whangehu ki kukutauki. The literal meaning of were were is pubic hairs. And as Uncle Iwi explained it to me, well, he gave me another saying, tai tamatane whai te ure tū. Men usually follow their father's side. Tai tama wahine whai I ana were were. Women will normally follow their mother's side. And so I think for me, for Waitohi, she was using a word that only a woman could use to call on her mother's side of the family. And Uncle Iwi actually said our elders would say it was the use of that word, it was the use of the word were were that stirred their emotions. So that's the word that made the difference, and I'm assuming she understood that that's what it would do. There's also lots of other accounts that have come down to us through the years. Uncle Iwi, when he recorded his information for this, he said, "Wai Ngāti Huia came, kei te aroha atu ki tō rātou kuia." So it was for their love and affection for their kuia because of the way that she had put that request. And also Manahi of Ngāti Huia was recorded as saying that it was nā Waitohi ke te kupu ka whati mai e hara nā te rauparaha. It was at Waitohi's word that we came, not te rauparaha's. So all of those things, I think, combined tell you not only that Waitohi was a very significant person, but she knew how to use her influence. And I guess, one of the things that's always struck me is that until relatively recent years, no one really had heard of Waitohi much outside of the hapu and the iwi. Te rauparaha got all the, kind of all the coverage. But that is part of a wider thing where, men wrote history and they only ever wrote about the men. And there were lots of very important women who had just kind of vanished into the ether. As I've said in my brief, I think, it was as though the men strode about centre stage making history while the women were in the wings. And it's not like that at all. That women were fully active members and participants in that history. I mean, incidentally, I don't think that the historians did our men many favours either, because they reduced them to all kind of two-dimensional caricatures, I think. We had, Te Rauparaha was the wily savage, Te Whatanui was the noble savage, Te Rangihaeta was the recalcitrant savage. But they're all kind of these two-dimensional kind of caricatures, and of course there was so much more to all of them than that. And for me, that's all about kind of denying our humanity, which, as Mona Jackson would always say, was what colonisation does. It reduces us to something lesser than. But they're all very complex, probably often contradictory beings with many, many dimensions. Waitohi as well. Yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora. And I note that a number of the hapu in this area, the eponymous ancestors are women. Is that something you can speak to or have any comment about?
I just think that it's normal that we have some hapu that are named for women and some that aren't, because, I guess, again, you don't want to get me started, but my thing is that tikanga and mātauranga, the way we think, is all whakapapa based. And you know what you need to have whakapapa? You need females and you need males. So it's hardly surprising if females and males appear everywhere. The good and the bad and the ugly, the whole work. But it was a very balanced picture in my view, so it doesn't surprise me. I'm very happy that my own hapu carries the name of a wahine, obviously. Works for me.
Thank you, Ms. Makaere. That's my questions on this part of your brief.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Thank you very much for that. I enjoyed reading through your evidence very much. There's a couple of things I want to pick up on which I think might need some further explanation or thinking about. One was the one that you mentioned about the alienation of blocks in the mid-1950s.
Yeah.
Even though they were inalienable on the certificates of title.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Native Land Act 1909 cancelled all all restrictions on alienation. So they wouldn't have applied after
Right,
that act
that's why they
came
didn't
into
bother
force.
looking. Thank
Yeah.
you.
So that's one point.
That did solve one of my questions that I hadn't actually
Yes.
resolved. Thank you.
Yes. The other
Doesn't make it right, of course, but it does give an
No.
explanation. Yes, thank you.
No, and so after that act, you could only make it inalienable by making it a Māori reservation.
Right.
Yeah. So that was, and that whole cancellation of all restrictions is a key issue. I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The second is the issue of the applications for rehearing in 1873. Under the native land legislation in force at that time, the Crown made the decisions as to whether a rehearing should be granted. So it's not until 1880 that changes. So although the judges gave their opinions about that, you actually said that they dismissed the applications. It's actually the government that made that decision.
That was what I read, but that explains then why they were writing to Donald McLean constantly,
Yes.
and the governor and
Yes.
so forth, because they're looking there for the answer.
Yes,
Yeah.
so it was actually the government that decided not to grant a rehearing and not the judges, although of course they asked the judges their views.
Right.
Yes, and that's important to have asked those judges. And as you said,
It's interesting to me that the Under-Secretary decided he'd record his opinion in the column as well, in the margins.
Yes. Now that was the next thing I wanted to ask you about. So he did that on the application for rehearing. Do you know if that application with his note in the margin was forwarded to the judges?
I don't know.
Did
No,
their
I
opinion?
don't.
You don't know
No,
that?
I don't. No, I'm basing that was all taken from the evidence. It's the gap-filling evidence that
Right, from
Robin Anderson and
Terence
yes,
Green
yes.
did.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know any more than they do, I'm afraid, and perhaps she could answer that question.
Yeah, because that would be interesting to know whether that influenced the judge's opinion.
I thought it was interesting because I think somewhere before that Rogan had sent a message to Cooper saying, I'll be forced to pretend as though I'm listening, So it's obviously they had some kind of conversations about this case.
It's very disturbing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's quite a euphemism, yes.
Yeah,
disturbing.
yeah,
We'll go for that.
Yeah, we'll go for that. Thank you. So those were some points I wanted to clarify. I don't know if they did a document bank for that report, but I would like to see a copy of that application with the marginal note.
Yeah, that'd be good.
If Dr. Gilling could arrange that to be filed, please.
That was actually very helpful, that gap-filling report.
Yes, it was.
Extremely helpful.
Yes. Thank you. So just some other points. The first is paragraph 76 of your main report. You said the Crown was investigating the title of the Raumatangi block in 1926.
Yep.
Can you remind me why the court was doing that?
I think someone had applied for title. I think they were starting to formalise it from memory, and I don't actually have it at the front of my mind at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that they'd applied to the court to get certificates of title issued, and that's why they're investigating it. I don't think there was any big contention or anything. They were just going through the processes. Yeah.
Okay, because I thought title had already been decided for that.
They might have been trying to partition some bits out.
Might have been a
I'm not sure.
partition,
Yeah, it was.
okay.
I think it was just something fairly. Well, I was going to say innocuous, not exactly, but yeah, it wasn't a big battle over who owned it or anything like that.
No. Okay, thank you. And for Ngāti Pare Raukawa, was there any land outside of what became the Horowhenua block granted to Raukawa, to Pare Raukawa through that whole division up of the Manawatu Kukutauaki block?
Yeah, yes, there are some bits, because Te Whatanui he didn't just, this was probably the biggest piece that he was, that he had, but there were other bits. So yeah, Oturoa, Aratangata, Porokoaia. Yeah, there are various pieces up close to the Manawatu River that he was granted, some of which are still held by some of us and some of which aren't. But far and away, this was the main piece.
This was the main piece, but there were other bits.
Yep.
Right, okay,
Yep.
thank you. And were those other bits contested in the same way between the two different branches of the whānau?
Not that I know of, no.
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 Okay.
I think it's those things that when you set up a kind of a process and make it, I think that dispute between ourselves and Te Whatanui's uri was almost just kind of, it arose because the court was there and because the court said, you know, that almost kind of, I think it arose out of nothing. And then, as I say, in the early days, there was a kind of a willingness to compromise, but as court processes so often do, the parties just got further and further apart, and it was kind of a, you know, winner takes all kind of mentality, which is still so often the case now when we rush off to court to try and solve things, isn't it? Yeah,
yes.
Things don't change so much.
Yes, I think that's right. And so the characterisation of Ngāti Pare Raukawa as the descendants of Te Whatanui and his sister,
yep.
Does that mean that because initially when I was reading all the technical evidence, I was thinking of a larger hapu, but does that mean that they are the only members of Pare Raukawa, so no one was actually left out when title to those blocks was decided?
Sorry, have I got your question right? The only Ngāti Pare Raukawa now, all of us who call ourselves Ngāti Pare Raukawa now, all come from Hene Puorangi, which is one of the daughters of Te Hito, yes. Yes, so we all come from her. Te Rapuhi's descendants mostly ended up somewhere else, so that's, yeah, we mostly all come from that one
line. Okay. That's
we haven't left others out. No.
Yeah, no, that was what I wanted
yes,
to check. Thank you.
Have you heard, Rachel? We're trying very hard to pull everyone back in.
Yes, I think that's wonderful. And I've got one more question which I might put in writing, but I'll just tell you what it is in case you want to. I'm really struggling to understand the difference between the two interpretations of this exchange between Tauiki and Te Whatanui about the rain won't touch me or the rain won't touch you, and why that makes such a difference. And you're clearly, strongly believe that it does. Yeah. So would you prefer to answer that in writing, or are you happy to do that now?
Probably, I don't know what I say any different if I wrote and write, I don't know. This was something Uncle Iwi actually raised with him. He felt quite strongly about it. Nothing but the rain can touch me. He said basically it was an assertion of his mana that what he said, that his word was law. Nothing was going to undermine him. Nothing but the rain from heaven can touch you. Kind of introduces a biblical note that you kind of have this protection, but it almost sounds as though there's kind of a Christian thing going on as well, as though it's not just sourced in his authority. I think that's the idea, that there's kind of other greater powers at work or something. I think that's the way he understood it.
Oh, and that's why you corrected yourself, the rain from heaven.
Yes, it was a terrible slip.
And
yes,
then
we're
you
supposed
said
to be,
the rain from the sky.
I can't believe I did that. That's right.
Okay.
Yes, that's why I went back and corrected myself.
Okay, I think I understand now what you're
kind of different, different connotations, I think.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks very much for your evidence.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Annie.
Kia ora.
Well, this is great. There's an education reading the bigger brief. And what I understand from reading it, some of this information, this has been a journey, and you've come to know more as this whole tribunal process has come on.
Yes. In fact, when we had the first bigger German, I thought that actually gave me the opportunity to work with Stuart Halliday to do all the stuff, the more recent land loss, well, not land removal, so that was quite good, really.
So your understanding of the collaboration of judges and officials and that back in 1873, is you've come to learn that through some of the reports?
The gap-filling report was helpful because I would never have gained access to all those telegrams and all those kind of cosy chats that were going on. But there's a lot of stuff that was already out there in the 1896 Commission and the 1896 Legislative Council Native Committee. So there was other stuff that was out there, but the gap-filling report certainly added another layer, I guess, of disturbingness.
Yeah. Disturbing.
Yeah.
That's a good word. Even Sir James Carroll his
Oh yeah, that was a bit
terse comments.
disappointing. It was a bit disappointing, but it was a really emphatic statement. That basically, get over it and move on.
Did you know he served in the Crown's forces when they were in pursuit of the Kooti as a young man?
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. And probably, I mean, what goes on in Parliament is they're often point scoring against other people and stuff as well. So it might have been about that as much as it was about us. You know, we all know that Parliament's a strange.
Well, arena. I was thinking more about this idea of your kingitanga supporters not selling land.
Yep.
There might be an attitude towards...
Absolutely. I mean, because we know because of Nepia Tarator, you know, the people were just so suspicious of him. You read a lot of stuff about people, you know, just fearing that he was up to the worst and supporting the kingitanga, which of course he was. So yeah, I think we did suffer by association with that.
I certainly can sense in your writing and listening to you the frustration of knowing all of this and being at this point now and trying to convey that frustration.
Yeah, the frustration is huge. My father drove everyone at Marae Committee here mad for years and years and years and years because he'd get up and go on about it and he just wouldn't shut up. And even I used to be driven mad by it. And then, you know, now that he's not with us and I've gone through it, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, no wonder he was so obsessed. Yeah, now I'm driving everybody mad. You turn into your parents, it's true.
But you know, it's this whole concept of utu. Utu is about balancing things. And until you've achieved that, it goes on through the generations. I also was interested in your comments about Waitohi and that kupu were were. I was interested because up in our area they were talking about the use of women, why they took them into battle. And it's because of the language they could use that could stir men to do things almost suicidal that they wouldn't do normally. And I guess the choice of that word, you know what moves the person. And that's really what you were trying to explain. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking about was, I think you used the description of men striding across centre stage. Well, we all know that that's not real. I mean, we were doing it out on the marae today, but we knew who was the bosses behind us. And I think you can get that impression that it looks like that, but I get the sense on this marae there's a few women actually running the show here, and it's become obvious since we've come into the wharekai, and I guess for Māori it's a well-known fact.
Yeah.
Is there any account of the 1900 opening in the newspapers as to who attended? And
you know, that's a really good question. I must go back and look.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I was wondering whether...
Great question, yeah. Yep, yeah. I'll go and look at Papers Past and have a look.
I'd be interested in, which iwi were here to support it. Because what I've gleaned from your report is this really isn't an issue between Maupoko and yourselves. This is really about the Crown's collaboration to make this happen.
Thank you for that, because I think that's really clear. That as far as we're concerned, this is not a forum for us to come and have a go at our neighbours. Yeah. This is clearly about the Crown's role in this. And I'm sure this is true all over the country, that the Crown would often set people against one another so it could sail on through the middle and achieve its ends. And I think it did that very well here.
Well, that's good because, if you get lost in that, you're missing the point of the while we're here. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, just thank you again for your evidence. I really appreciate it.
Kia ora.
And following on from that, so Muaupoko's claims have been dealt with in terms of the Horo Whenua block and essentially focused on what happened post the hearing and the orders that were granted and what happened to the land that did get vested in there. These claims here are more about, would you agree, the nature of the system, how bad it was, the native land court system, how bad it was.
I guess so.
And its failure to be able to recognise tikanga-based claims to title. Would you say that that's, in summary,
I think that's quite a nice summary.
Issue?
Yep.
Okay.
You could have saved me 45 minutes.
No, I just wanted to get it clear, because it does take away the focus between iwi and rather focuses on what the problem was, which is the nature of the system as it was, the native land court system. Could it really cope with tikanga Māori? That's really the issue.
No, that's a really good way of putting it.
Okay.
Very good way of putting it. Thank you.
Right, Ms Simpson.
Tēnā koe. I don't have any questions, but just I was at Maniaputo's Crown Apology yesterday, and a lot of the speeches from the tribe were along the lines that, you know, this isn't a resolution or a solution or a, you know, an end to anything, but it does, going through these kinds of processes and having it all heard and talking about it and then engaging with the Crown, and it heralds a new era in a way. And so I just acknowledge the many years of waiting, talking, preparing, you know, and being going through a process that is, you know, not ideal in itself, but, you know, with the hope that at some point there's a new era, I guess, of being able to move into a different phase. So just to acknowledge all those who've contributed, as you've mentioned, the many hands along the way, and those who've passed on, and those of you who continue to carry the kaupapa forward today. Just kanui ngā mihi kia koutou kia rātou hoki.
Kia ora. If I could just add to that, I think probably, I don't know what will come of any of this, because you never do, but one of the things I do know is that it is important for us all to know, because a lot of this history we didn't know the detail of. You just walk around with a burning sense of injustice, but you don't know why. And the other thing that can happen is that at some point you start to feel like you're responsible. It's like any victim kind of mentality, that you think, well, maybe we let our land go because we were too weak, or because we were too silly, or because But actually, when you see what we're up against, the miracle is that we're still here at all. And it's actually good for us to know that. I think it's important. So if we get nothing more than that out of this process, it'll still be something.
Well, thank you. We're going to hear from you again after lunch.
Yes.
So that's a good time to break for lunch. Is that right? Right. Ka pai? Kia ora nō tātou. Me tīmata nō tātou katoa.
Yes, so next we have Pātaka Moore. Aye. So Pātaka is going to be presenting on He iti ngā mōtai, and that's document H1. He was originally going to be presenting on both the second section of the Ngāti Pare Raukawa section of that report in relation to Lake Koro Whenua and the Hokio Stream environmental issues and Te Tiriti o Waitangi, as well as Section 5, Ngā Wahi Taipu o Ngāti Pare Raukawa. He's just requested that the section on Ngā Wahi Taipu o Ngāti Pare Raukawa just be taken as read what's in the report. He hasn't prepared a separate presentation. His presentation is going to focus exclusively on the environmental issues. And he has prepared some speaking notes which were printed today, and hopefully you've got a copy of those which you can follow along to. He's made some handwritten amendments to his own notes, so he might sway slightly from those, but those will be a good guide for you. And there was also a PowerPoint presentation? Yeah, right.
So that gives me backwards and forwards, eh?
Yeah.
And that's the,
so, yeah.
Okay. Kei te whare, tēnā tātou. He te tēpu, he te kai whakawā, a tēnā nō koutou katoa. I apologise to some whānau if they've heard us speak about these issues before. We must sound like a broken record. To some, it will feel like that these have been a standing agenda item on our marae committee hui for decades. I remember as a child attending marae committee meetings on the fourth Sunday of the month after church, and Uncle Ran and others would speak about kōputara, dump issues, lake and stream issues, just about every environmental issue under the sun. The meetings felt like they were an environmental society hui, rather than our marae committee hui. In terms of an overview, this presentation will provide an overview of the environmental issues in our rohe, on our whenua tupuna, our ukaipo. I will outline the waste streams that our rohe has endured for decades. I will illustrate this through 8 examples. In terms of rangatiratanga, if we go back 180 years, in 1840, if you wanted to undertake an activity at Hokio, that is, build a house, take water from the stream, fish for eels, or any activity for that matter, you asked te whatanui for consent. There was a process that we controlled. We have had that ability to determine what happens on our whenua removed, and for that matter in our waterways. To the extent where not only others apply to someone else, but we are also required to apply to others for consent to undertake activities. This began with the removal of almost all of our whenua tupuna. Not having land to come back to is one of the reasons why we cannot return, but the ongoing pollution of lands and waterways at Hokio is the other reason why this is no longer a desirable place to live. Kāwanatanga has legislated itself into a position now where they make 100% of the decisions, effectively undermining rangatiratanga at every level and elevating Kāwanatanga in its place. Our ability to express kaitiakitanga has also been almost entirely undermined. This presentation is provided from both a hapu perspective, with some personal accounts from myself and some from my kaumātua who are no longer with us. Ko tararua ngā maunga, e tū mai rā, ko hoki o te awa e rere haere nei ki te moana o Raukawa, anā ko ia hoki te pātaka kai o te iwi i ngā wā o mua. Ko Ngāti Pare Raukawa te hapu e pai nei, ko Ngāti Huia, ko Ngāti Raukawa ngā iwi, ko ngā toko waru te marae, ko ngā toko waru hoki te whare tupuna, ko Pare Unuora te whare kai, ko te whatanui te tangata tihei Māori ora. Te Ngāti Pare Raukawa, our taiao was our identity. It was the theme of it was the home of our tuakana, animals and plants. It was our chemist. It was our vehicle for knowledge transmission. It was our playground. It was our fridge. It was our source of food and well-being. It was our ukaipo, and it provided us with our worldview. One could not underestimate how much our taiao meant to us. I am one of thousands of Ngāti Pare Raukawa that no longer live at Hokio. My grandparents' generation were born here in the 1920s, but raised here without te reo Māori. They were sent away to school and to marry away and seldom returned. After almost 2 generations of absence, my parents returned here in the 1970s to be part of Whakatupuranga Rua Mano. At the time, Whakatupuranga Rua Mano was just taking shape. We had been driven from our whenua in the decades prior, and the stream had been polluted. Now our marae is surrounded with pollution. Our whenua has major abscesses on it. Our moana and takutai struggle to provide. I want to ask my mother to read out this excerpt from Te Hekinga, page 25. It captures someone looking over the lake, I estimate in the late 1800s, and I'm hoping it'll give you an idea of what they saw at that time.
From Te Hekinga, early days in the Horo Whenua, Rod MacDonald and Hewitt O'Donnell. With scarce a ripple on its surface to dim the reflections of the fleecy clouds floating overhead, the lake lay clasped in the emerald arms of the bush, which surrounded it on every side, save immediately about where we stood. Mile after mile, the bush stretched across the flat on which the town of Levin now stands, and swept up the mountainside to the relief of the white snow cap. Straight and tall the timber grew to the water's edge, fringed with flax and nodding manuka, and over the bush, flashing their white breasts as they circled and wheeled in the sunshine. Pigeons flew literally in thousands, singly drifting from tree to tree, rising in flocks of 100 or so, with a whirring of wings plainly to be heard across the calm waters, circling around in a wide sweep with characteristic rise and dip of flight, skimming the crystal clear surface of the lake as they passed over to rise and sweep back over the bush and settle on some other tree which caught an errant fancy. No other sound was in the air, nor sight of life was visible, save where the smoke curled slowly upwards from the stockaded pa of Raia Te Karaka. Across at Te Hau and Koturoa, some Māoris called musically one to another. In front of us was only the lake, the unspoiled bush, and the mountains beyond, and the young Englishman, he was only in his 20s, and dying of consumption, lay there in the sunshine and gazed on it for a very long time. "I have been all over the world, boy," he said, "and nowhere, I think, does it hold anything so beautiful as your Horo Whenua."
Over the next few slides, I want to just illustrate the quite a few things that have happened to us at the Hokio and Hokio here. The green spot on the slide in front of you is where we are now, the location of Ngā Tokowaru Marae. You can see Lake Horowhenua to the right, the ocean obviously out to the left, and the town of Levin is the dark area to the right, bottom right. Hawkeoe Stream dredging and the weir. In circa 1947, the Hawkeoe Stream bed was lowered by approximately 1.5 to 2 metres. This lowered the lake level and allowed for the lowering of groundwater levels in the surrounding land, draining crucial wetlands for residential and commercial and industrial development in the wider Levin area. Some would say the price of progress. The removal of the bed of the stream removed the small life in the stream. When you remove the stream bed, this removes an entire tier of the ecosystem. When you remove this, you remove the food for the middle and upper tiers, essentially beginning the collapse of the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem. Not only was the base removed, but the second knockout blow was struck when the weir was installed. Approximately 75% of our fish, our native fish, are diadromous. That means that they migrate between saltwater and freshwater environments to be able to complete their life cycles. When the first tier of life in the base of the stream is removed and then cut off via a structure such as a weir, many of these fish are not able to migrate as they need to. Some will scale the weir, such as tuna and koaro, while other bottom and middle column dwellers are unable to cross over into the lake. This inevitably results in gradual ecosystem collapse. I wanted to just point out one of the, this pattern behind me on the wall on this tukutuku panel. Nei rā, ko te pātiki, ko ia tetahi o ngā ika, e noho pū ki te papa o te awa. Tētāia te whakawhiti atu rā ki te roto. The pātiki is a bottom dweller. Was once here, found in great numbers, but as a result of bed destruction, as a result of the insertion of the weir, we no longer see pātiki in our stream. The dredging of the stream also resulted in the removal of all our pātuna. Te Hekinga records dozens, or in excess of a dozen, almost 2 dozen, but we believe there were many more. And although some concrete structures were later reinstated, Uncle Iwi always said that they really did not serve their purpose and soon became largely useless. The brown arrows in the diagram in front of you show the dewatered zone. Well, actually the blue area is the initial dewatered zone, but the brown arrows show the area that was where groundwater levels were reduced so that further development, agricultural development, residential and industrial development could occur around the lake. Oh, I might have clicked one on there. The disposal of sewage. In 1952, Levin's new plant with limited technology, began to treat sewage. Often the treatment plant was overwhelmed, which resulted in raw sewage in the lake. Muri Manu Winiata, Auntie Claire Dewi's father, who's in our kitchen today, Auntie Claire is in our kitchen today, recalls faeces floating down the Hawkeoe Stream. You will have read in our report this vivid recollection of lavatory contents being pushed aside to be able to check the eel boxes below the marae here. He used his feet to push aside faeces to access his food source. It is no coincidence that our people moved away in the years following. In the 1970s, as activity here in Ngā Tokowaru increased, the building of our wharenui and wharekai were also expressions of rangatiratanga, ukaipotanga and whakapapa. We began a new fight to oppose the disposal of wastewater in our lake. I'm told it was a long and expensive and difficult battle. Some of those who participated in that fight are in this room today. In the 1950s, Joe Knight gathered up the waste from local pubs and restaurants and delivered it to a modest piggery of 8 sows. It was located just over here, probably about 80, 50 or 80 metres across the paddock, very close. In the 1990s, it had grown to a large-scale piggery with very little land holdings. The reason I make comment about the land holdings is because the piggery was operating outside of its ability to treat and dispose of its own waste on the land that it had. When you have 1,200 pigs, you cannot dispose of their waste on a small amount of land, and so inevitably the waste was disposed of in the Hawkewa stream. To give you an idea, and I apologise if this is a little bit graphic, a pig is an omnivore, and so the makeup of its feces is much like a human. The stench is often bad and is difficult to break down, unlike a cowpat, for example, that will often wash away in the rain. A single pig produces on average approximately 5 kilograms of waste per day. A human produces, just to give you an idea, approximately 0.12 kgs. They all have litters of 8 piglets. We calculated that the piggery was producing more waste daily than the town of Levin. This was for a large period of time, certainly prior to the RMA being enforced, being disposed of in the Hawkewa stream, as the land holdings did not allow them to do anything else with it. In 1997, when the RMA required the best acres to apply for consent to operate their piggery, naturally we opposed their application. Uncle Ran headed this battle for us, and I remember as a first-year planning student at Massey attending the hearing at Kōwhai House on Queen Street to support his submission. The best acres were from Holland. They were not familiar with our culture and tikanga, and we were very, very surprised when they attended a meeting in this wharenui, and I was there that night, and they suggested that we move our wharenui, move our marae to a different location so that they could continue farming their pigs. When I was younger, in the 1980s and 1990s, I thought the stench at Ngāti Waru was normal. People in this room will remember it. When the fans were turned on at certain times of the day, especially in the warmer summer days when the pig shed would get hot, the stench that would come over our marae was terrible. It was so intense, Manuhiri would ask us what the heck was going on. We had dozens and dozens of sets of net curtains stored in the kitchen. Any time that food was placed on the bench or on a table, it had to immediately be covered to prevent the swarm of flies that would envelop the food. It was humiliating and unhygienic, to put it diplomatically. Ka mate ahau I te whakamā. Ana, ka mate tō tātou hapu I te whakamā. In 1999, the best acres were not granted consent to continue, and the piggery closed. We were then able to conduct hui and tangianga here, and we could open these back windows here without being embarrassed by the smell. The majority of the net curtains were also thrown away. The pot. As part of the sewage disposal battle, Ngāti Pareraukaua, with the help of Gary Blake, who was also a hydrologist, suggested that a land-based disposal system be adopted. Initially, this was not accepted by Council. After a long and expensive battle against the HDC and Horizon's predecessors, they gained consent to pipe the effluent around the edge of the lake and discharge it into the head of the stream. So the sewage treatment plant currently sits just here on the eastern side of the lake. It's obviously downstream from the town of Levin. All of the sewage falls into this here. When initially they would discharge the treated and untreated sewage into the lake directly through this point. When we opposed that, and they suggested that they pipe it around the edge of the lake around here and dispose of it next to Reimatangi into the head of the stream. We, of course, opposed that suggestion on the grounds that we would still be in the receiving environment. Their suggestion was to pipe it around the edge of the lake past the marae and place it in beneath us. Again, we opposed this. It was Auntie Margot Jacob was the queer that pointed out to us that the council would never meet the conditions of the consent. The council set about researching internationally, in the days before Google, a land-based disposal system. The council then designed a land-based disposal system, ironically a mirror image of Gary Blake's suggestion some years earlier, and won national awards in land-based water disposal systems at the time. Sadly, the council has not maintained the pot, and effluent disposed of at the pot has been severely detrimental to the Waiwiri stream. The Waiwiri stream is just out of shot here. It's just beneath the pot. And so initially, the idea was good, and the liquid waste would be piped out to this yellow area here and irrigated on Pinus blocks, Pinus radiata blocks. And what they have not done is maintained that system, and so now we have essentially a rapid infiltration system where the sewage is pumped out there, held in a natural depression in the earth, and it's essentially let go into the sand, which of course is better than being in the lake, but still not ideal. In 2013, the HDC exported their landfill leachate via the Levin wastewater treatment plant to the pot. This is yet another blow to the Waiwiri area. So we now have, and I'm going to talk about the dump in a moment, but we now have the leachate, which is the toxic juice that comes out the bottom of a landfill. It is now piped back to the wastewater treatment plant, partially treated, and then piped out with the other liquid waste out to the pot and disposed of in the sand dunes. The Arawhata stream, you'll just note a little green line came up on the bottom of your screen there. The Arawhata stream, once known as the soul of the lake, and was really the main inflow to the lake, providing clean, fresh water to flush the lake and provide outflow to the Hokio stream. Now the intensive market gardens to the south of Levin feed the Arawhata stream and Lake Horowhenua with nitrogen, phosphate and suspended solids or sediment. The Arawhata stream has a very high loading of nitrogen and phosphate as a direct result of fertiliser application in the Arawhata catchment. Just when we thought we might be supported by the new government directives and through the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, I'll refer to it as the NPSFM, in 2020 we were stunned by exemptions provided by the government to Pukekohe and Horowhenua. This was described by many as the licence to pollute. The government representatives said that if they did not provide Horowhenua and Pukekohe with the ability to continue what they're doing, that the price of broccoli and green vegetables nationwide would increase in price. There was no consultation with Ngāti Parirākua prior to the announcement. We genuinely thought the NPSFM would help us and the lake, and instead it's done the exact opposite. It's provided market gardeners with a free licence to pour on the fert and exacerbate the problems. The old dump site. The old dump site, or the old dump, is located on Horowhenua Block 9, originally Ngāti Parirākua land, as outlined by my Auntie Annie earlier today. This is a stretch of internationally significant dune belt. The area within which the landfill is located is on porous sand country, close to a stream, close to the ocean, with shallow groundwater, containing wetlands, and is upstream of a community. And is it Purple Square? Sorry, yes, it is the Purple Square, just opposite the marae. If you head down our driveway, hang a right and go along a few hundred metres, the entrance is there on the left. Probably the least desirable location to locate a landfill in the Stohe. The dump was unlined and not managed well. There were no rules, I'm talking about the early landfill, there were no rules around what you could and couldn't dispose of at the landfill, and often there was no one at the landfill when cars rolled up with their trailer or trucks rolled in to dispose of their waste. There are reports of asbestos and highly toxic waste disposed of in the old unlined landfill. There were also periodic amnesties when people were free to dump anything they wished. Agricultural and horticultural chemicals such as DDT, dieldrin and 2,4,5-T are known to be disposed of in the old landfill. At the time, Uncle Ran and others opposed the old landfill as they were well aware of the risk that the landfill would pose to our sensitive environment. Every town had a small dump. You might remember in the 70s and 80s, I certainly do. In the 80s, Otaki, Manukau, Oho, Levin, Shannon, Tokomaru, Foxton, every little town had their own little landfill. These were progressively closed, however, during the 1980s and 90s. This dump here became the dump for the Horowhenua. The new landfill. In 1997, the Horowhenua District Council, and I'll refer to it as HDC, applied for an extension to the old, smaller landfill. It was described as a mega dump and a new approach to waste management. This was, as I mentioned in the previous slide, smaller landfills were closing, and so this was a new approach that we would have one large landfill servicing the entire district. This was opposed by Ngāti Pare Raukawa, Moepoko, Hokio residents and community groups. Being in opposition was expensive, and to those who hung on to the end, they were threatened with council legal costs if they lost. The hapu could not afford to be exposed to the threat of heavy legal costs, and so we withdrew. HDC decided not to pursue the new landfill publicly, and instead, under a guise of commercial sensitivity, applied for the consent from Horizons and got it. The new landfill opened its gates in 2004, and we were stunned and outraged. We opposed it, but it was too late. A 35-year consent had been granted, and there was no consultation with Ngāti Pare Raukawa as it was commercially sensitive. The kicker was that the dump wouldn't just serve the Horowhenua district, but that for it to be financially viable, they would need to attract waste from Kapiti and potentially the lower half of the North Island. Kapiti could not gain consent in their district to open a new landfill, and so in 2007, with a split vote 7-8, and with the mayor using her casting vote, Kapiti began sending their waste to Hokio on the proviso that the dump was fully compliant. We appealed to Kapiti not to send their waste to us, but it was too late. They had no plan B. They were actually, their current landfill at Otaihanga was closing, and I think they had 4 or 5 or 6 months to be able to secure a new place to send their waste, and that is not enough time to be able to secure a consent to be able to open a landfill. You're usually talking 2 to 4 years. So the trucks started rolling from Kapiti. The HGC has not operated the landfill within its consent conditions for most of its lifetime. The second issue around non-compliance is that Horizons, as the consent provider and the policing agency, have been asleep at the wheel. They have not maintained good practice and have on occasion decided to work with HDC to keep non-compliance from the public, as it is both damaging to them and to the District Council. Some would term this as collusion, and we have on several occasions gained non-compliance reporting through our OIA requests. I managed to get this photo of the landfill. This shows you a component of the landfill, and you can see, just to put it into perspective, oh, sorry, I'm going to have to go back one. I've gone well too far. Oh no, sorry, bear with me. You can see the earth-moving equipment in there. This is not a small hill. There are a couple of problems with this photo. One is that daily the waste is supposed to be covered, and you can see there's not a lot of coverage going on there. It's all exposed waste out on this arm here and the main arm here. And the other issue with this is that it's very close to the old landfill, and so it's really difficult to be able to determine where the leachate is coming from, new landfill or old landfill. So it's quite a convenient position for this new landfill. It's actually the second highest point in the Horowhenua, second to the survey point here just across the stream. For those that told us that the landfill would be lined and contained, we have recently learned in recent years that we now have leachate showing up in our test bores. We are now seeing the effects of the landfills, both old and new, we believe, manifesting in groundwater and stream pollution. Leachate is toxic. It is a real concoction of nasty chemicals, and the council is unable to contain it. Native fish are particularly sensitive to chemicals typical in leachate. Native fish are one of the vital links in our food chain, or in that tier system that I mentioned earlier. They are the canary in the coal mine. If native fish choose not to migrate up the Hokior stream due to heavy metal contamination from leachate, it is yet another blow to our ecosystem health and the potential restoration of our environment. Landfills do not repair themselves very quickly. They take centuries or potentially longer depending on the nature of the waste. Both HDC and Horizons have displayed incompetent and negligent management, in our view, of the landfill and have created a legacy that we now have to live with. I've only been a part of this fight for the last 20 or so years, but my parents and grandparents have obviously, and my grandparents' generation have obviously tried to manage our taiao the best they could. We haven't always been obstructive. We haven't always just tried to oppose without finding solutions. We've tried to be creative, innovative. We've used goodwill. We've put our hand in our pockets at times. So participating in their process is a challenge. And so I want to show you a couple of slides of some of the other things that we've done as well. We have attended council meeting upon council meeting upon council meeting. We've called on people to come with us, kaumātua, kuia, karaua, cousins, to show that it's not just one or two fighting this battle, but it's a hapu that we're representing. We've written submissions. I would say hundreds of submissions. I personally have written dozens of submissions, not just on the landfill, but on environmental issues in this lohe. Submissions are it's a slow and very a sore process to be able to write a submission. It takes a long time. It's expensive, and we've done all of the above. We have commissioned independent reports. We've been to places like the Catalyst Group and other consultants to come and give us independent advice. So maybe it was us with the problem and it's the council that's right. It's never the case. 100% of the time, our view is reinforced by the independent consultant report. We've even turned to protesting. There was a photo in the video earlier of Uncle Iwi and Toko at a protest in Levin. I think it was around 2006-07. This is a more recent photo of us outside the Horowhenua District Council. It's not what we want to be doing on a sunny summer's afternoon, but we feel compelled to turn up to the council and let them know what they're doing is not okay with us. We've even tried silent protesting. I don't know if anyone's participated in a silent protest. I have. It was very unusual. We stood outside the Horowhenua District Council in silent protest. We've appealed to neighbouring councils. These are the minutes that the Kapiti Coast District Council, the KCDC, wrote in 2007, 13th of December, that the council notes the concerns of tangata whenua within the Horowhenua district that the new Hokio landfill extension may still pose risks to surrounding groundwater systems, and further notes that should the Hokio landfill at any time be in legal breach of consent conditions, no Kapiti Coast waste shall be delivered to the live-in transfer station for disposal over any such period. We've appealed and appealed and appealed to Te Whakaminenga o Kapiti, to the which is the Māori Advisory Board to Kapiti Coast District Council. We've appealed to the Kapiti Coast District Council itself multiple times. We seem to have fallen on deaf ears. We've been proactive in providing solutions around the lake and stream. This was a report that Koro Whatarangi began. He and Whai Daphne helped with creating this report, and it really was a strategic plan to restore and revive Lake Horowhenua and the Hokio stream with buy-in from Moaipoko and Ngāti Pare Raukawa, and again not accepted by the Horowhenua District Council and the Horizons Regional Council. It's a comprehensive strategic plan for restoration. So in summary, we feel as though the government and its agents have targeted the Hokio as a dumping ground for all sorts of waste. And we're also the receiving environment for commercial fertiliser and sediment runoff. The legacy issues that we face will last for centuries and possibly longer. The current environmental management system does not provide for Ngāti Pare Raukawa. The government's actions and inactions have compromised our environment so that we no longer have a clean and healthy environment to enjoy here at Hokio. Our rangatiratanga has been undermined. And finally, I just wanted to pick up on a discussion that I had with a cousin of mine, Ben, some months ago about opportunity costs. I wasn't going to talk about this. I don't have a slide prepared for it, but I just thought I would pick up on it. We now have 7 successive generations, from Whawha to Ben and myself, who have been expending energy on kāwanatanga-imposed energy sapping situations. Our families have educated our children with hapu development and rebuilding in mind. Evidently, we now need several environmental lawyers. We have spent tens of thousands of hours fighting kāwanatanga, defending what is ours and trying to improve our environment. How much more time are we going to spend on a broken system that does not recognise rangatiratanga? Our suggestion and our solution is the Raukawa Mihingare model, where partners to Te Tiriti can coexist and co-manage our taiao together. This is our home. We don't have a plan B. Ka te au I konei.
Thank you. We just have time for questions from the tribunal. Dr. Phillipson.
Thank you for that. Mr. Moore, I get the impression from that there's a lot more there than was actually in the chapter. Am I right in thinking that?
I think there's a fair bit covered in the chapter, but this probably elaborates on most of those. Right. Yeah.
So I wondered, it would be helpful if instead of just the PowerPoint, you actually wrote that up, I think, and filed. It would be helpful.
Have you got the speaking notes?
Yeah, with references.
Yeah. He wants references.
Well, just, fuller than the bullet points. That would be helpful, because, wherever material's extra, because then we can, make good use of that. And that was very helpful. Where I grew up, I used to think the word estuary meant rubbish dump when I was a child, because that's where the rubbish dump was. And, it's all been cleaned up now, but, you know, that sort of thing, I think I would have liked to have thought was unthinkable now, but this is a very sad story, I think, and I did have some particular questions. The first was about the unrestricted fishing rights that are talked about in that section of the chapter, and it may be that Rachel wants to answer this, but so you talked about the unrestricted fishing rights as a result, I think, of the Treaty of Waitangi, as a result of agreement with Moepoko. Compact, I think, is the word used with Moepoko, and also because of the legislation. So I was wondering whether you understand that legislation to be fishing rights in the whole lake, the specific legislation, or fishing rights just where your parts of Horowhenua 11 were and are. So this is on haul this big document up.
We may need to come back to you about that.
On page 379 of the chapter, this is discussed in some detail.
I would need to go back and have a look at exactly how the unrestricted fishing rights comes out of that. But what I know is that the Hokio stream is governed by Te Whatanui and our people, so no problem here. When I was a child, I haven't done a lot of fishing in Lake Horowhenua. It's been pretty putrid for most of my lifetime. But what I was told is that we could fish in the lake, not in this part of the lake or that corner, but in the lake. And I think that's supported with the unrestricted fishing rights statement in our piece there.
Yes, okay, well that makes sense, because it seemed as though with the 20,000 acres that was to be set aside, it cuts across the lake, but you can't sort of, draw a line across a lake like that, so I did wonder what that meant in practice, but thank you. And if you have any further thoughts on that, you can put those in writing. Now, on page 395 of that section, we mentioned that Te Whatanui had land at Oturoa, and I'm just wondering where that is.
You want to know where Oturoa is?
Yes.
It's on the northern side of Levin, heading towards the Manawatu River, on the southern side of the Manawatu River.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And was it a big area?
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you. And finally, on page 407, this is just checking a technical point. You had that Ara Tangata and surrounding areas, it says Ngāti Pari Raukawa et al. And I'm just wondering who the et al. Are there. Do you see that? It's the top two lines of page 407.
Sorry, we might be looking at a slightly different page or version. Can you just tell me exactly where you are again? Are you looking at Ara Tangata?
Yes, top of page 407, there's a point D. This area was Ngāti Pari Raukawa et al.
As I understand it, Te Whatanui and our people moved seasonally. I know that they had large gardens there and whare and settlements. But I also know that that area was shared by our Ngāti Huia cousins who live, and you know them marae on the northern side of live in there. And so I think we're referring to Ngāti Pare Raukawa and our whanaunga.
I see. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Suter.
Kia ora pātaka. Did you give us your background at the start? I don't think you did.
No. Professional protester. Ngāti Pare Raukawa.
Yeah, but you're a planner?
I did an undergraduate degree at Massey, and I'm working at Te Wānanga o Raukawa. Yeah.
What are you doing there, lecturing on planning?
Environmental management, yeah.
Yes, I agree with Dr. Phillipson. It's a sad story.
Yeah.
And one wonders how you've managed to go on through the generations. But I don't think you said this right at the end of your speaking notes. We don't have a plan B, this is our home, which means you haven't got much choice, have you? Can you go to the map of that you had up with the showing the lake and the had the pot on and...
Sure, which one do you want me to move to?
Oh, the one that had the pot, had the dump.
Had everything.
Yeah, had everything.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
About there?
Yeah. Now, tell me, I wasn't here for the Kororo Tuku Iho sessions. I imagine you were, and the site visits that occurred at that time.
I didn't come to these ones, no.
Okay.
We didn't have site visits.
No, we didn't do site visits.
We did it by
I
ourselves.
didn't personally attend anything.
Oh, okay. No. I'm just interested in, of all of this, on Thursday, are we going to see any of these areas? No.
I'll answer that. We won't be seeing those sites. We've seen them during the Raukawa hearings. The tribunal panel went by themselves, and at some point we'll take Dr. Monti by ourselves to show him those places. But
Okay, kia ora.
we're going north of the lake on Thursday.
Well, those are all my questions then.
Yes.
Tēnā koe pātaka, koana te ngā kei ki te ia koe, ro te wā, kaore tau i tūtaki, mihi ana ki a koe mō aumahi, mō ngā tau e hia rā, i whai ake koe i tēnei kaupapa, te aki te tai ao nā reire, mihi ana ki a koe. Just a few questions. The piggery, when it was closed, when it was not given a consent to continue operating, what was the reason for it not being granted a consent? Do you know?
No, I don't know the exact answer to that, but what I do know is that it could not meet the conditions that were required. Discharge of effluent was one, so I've just had that confirmed. I'm probably 19 years old at this time, so it's a little prior to me. Odour issues was another. Those are the two we know about, and we could probably get some information on that if we really need to.
So to some extent, the influence of Ngāti Pare Raukawa at that time, may have impacted on that decision, by the sounds of it. Thank you. And then when you talk about the council not maintaining the pot, what would you expect to see in terms of maintenance of that for it to be a better outcome for the use of the pot?
Tēnā koe tō pātai. The pot was initially designed to receive wastewater, and there was a depression in the ground so that it could receive more water that it could irrigate to the surrounding system. They had an irrigation system set up into the sand dunes with trees planted in there. But they had a basin in there so that they could, in high rainfall or in high, when the water's coming through, they could at least store it momentarily so that they could irrigate it in time. But what we've found is over time they haven't maintained the tree crop. It's the one issue. Secondly, they haven't irrigated it, haven't continued irrigating to the extent that they initially said that they would. So I understand there were kind of arms of this irrigation system, and they haven't continued on doing that. The other thing here is that live-in has grown in size. People have twice as many toilets in their house. There is a whole lot of industry created here. There is stormwater getting into the sewage system, which is not great, but it's expensive to take out. We have the leachate coming from the dump. There's more water than they can deal with out there, and they're not willing to spend the money to be able to dispose of it the way that it was initially designed to do. And so now really what it is it's a rapid filtration system into the sands. We undertook monitoring of the marine, and just interestingly, and as an extra here, we undertook monitoring of the. They won't let you in there, so we undertook monitoring on the beachfront here. Caleb and I, my cousin who you've met, and found massive populations of ghost shrimp and other things on the waterfront that show a high concentration of nutrient. And we plotted these along the beach, GIS them along the beach, and they were coming up in 2s and 5s and 10s. And in front of the wastewater treatment plant, you're at 360, 400, 380, 400, you're just off the scale. And we tried to talk to the council about monitoring and looking at the potential impact that the wastewater treatment plant was having on our marine environment, and they wouldn't have it. I wrote a submission to the council on that as part of the reconsenting process for the pot in 2019, and I spoke about that issue, and they said that those ghost shrimp populations were quite normal. And I think I might have thrown my hands in the air at that point, and I didn't go back. Some of these things you kind of try and fight, but on that occasion, for one reason or another, I didn't go back. But that's what we're seeing, is we're seeing the pot not used the way that it was initially designed. We are also seeing it impacting now our marine environment, and there's not a lot more we can do in the current scheme. We're worried. Once upon a time, not so long ago, you could draw tohemanga from this stretch of beach. You'd go to the Hokio Stream mouth, you would go left, south. Along that beach was some pretty... I'm not supposed to talk about this actually, so that people don't go out there and try and harvest, but there are places out along that stretch where tohemanga for us. Those were our beds, and they're no longer there. So we really feel sensitive about that stretch of beach, and we now know that this pot is having an impact on that stretch.
Tēnā koe. And is there anything to indicate to anybody that might be using that beachfront that there's a potential issue there, whether it's for swimming or kaimwana or anything?
No, not that I know of.
You said that the council doesn't provide for Ngāti Raukawa. Is there anything that they might point to where they consider they're making some provision? Are there anything at all, I guess, that is set up particularly for Ngāti Raukawa's voice to be heard by the council?
Yes, as I understand it, they do have a relationship with some hapu of Ngāti Raukawa, just not with Ngāti Pare Raukawa. We took the view some years ago, and I might need someone else to just correct me if I'm wrong here, but we took the view that while they continue to leave the dump open, and while they continue to run it with non-compliance, while they continue to run roughshod over us, we're unwilling to get into a relationship with them. And we didn't want to hold the other hapu back, so there are some other hapu that have had conversations and have established arrangements with the council, but we've refrained from doing that on the principle that we have a landfill operating opposite us. And the previous CEO, David Clapperton, wasn't too nice to us, and so on that basis we decided not to participate in that. So there is an element of that there, although what we're asking them to do is honour the agreement, the contract that they wrote for the Levin landfill in 2019. And when they can do that, I think that might be an opportunity for us to talk. But until that time, we're really abstaining from getting into bed with them.
So are they not talking to anyone in respect of this part of the rohe, or are they engaging with other hapu in respect of activities in this area?
They aren't talking to us. They have had conversations with other hapu, yes, and I know they have a relationship and arrangement with Maupoko. And it might look like we're the ones sore losers at the moment holding out on this situation, but really in our mind we're waiting for them to honour, for them to do what they said they'd do and close the landfill, and then we can actually form some trust and have a relationship with them moving forward. But I think even if you do enter that situation, you're selling your soul. You know, it's still a situation where the council receive all of the rates. They have, I mean, you know the story. And we go cap in hand asking for some crumbs, and I really don't think that's a sustainable option for the future. And I'm talking about future generations, not the next 5 or 10 years. The solution, or the suggested solution I gave a few moments ago around the Raukawa Mihingare model is what I think is a sustainable option for environmental management moving forward, not only at a local government level but at a national government level in terms of environmental management. And the final thing I just wanted to say on that is we're seeing that model used elsewhere and it's bearing fruit. I know that in the Wellington Regional Council recent whaitua creation process, they've adopted that model and they're seeing fruit.
Tēnā koe. Just one last question. In that section of the report that you have been speaking on, there's a reference that some people hold a belief that the damages are reversible. I guess I'm asking your view on the ability to restore the health of the environment should, you know, the Ngāti Pare Raukawa have I guess, no impediments to being able to enact the vision.
I wish I had another PowerPoint with me. I speak about this in class sometimes. When I started my young adult work, asking Kuia and Karaua about the stream here at Hokio, they held the view that it was irreparable, that the damage that the lake and stream has sustained was irreparable. And my mother and I were overseas in about 2004, and we visited the Singapore River. The Singapore River was apparently, you could almost, in the 70s and 80s, 60s, 70s and 80s, you could almost walk across it. The markets were on the edge of the river, and the river was a transporter of waste. Essentially, you sold your goods during the day, whether it be timber or vegetables or meat or whatever, and you turfed the rest into the river, and that was what they did. And I've seen photos of this, and so I put PowerPoint slides up with photos of the Singapore River. Today, you can almost drink out of the Singapore River. The Lee Kuan Yew, for all of his faults, fixed the river. He said nothing more goes to the river, nothing more goes to the stream. You put something in there, going to cut your hand off. Almost literally, apparently, he used to say. I don't. And I think we need someone like that here. Don't put another piece of faeces in the lake. Pull out the weir, reinstate the stream bed, and I think you'll see an ecosystem revival occur here. It'll take some time. We've had it like this for 70 years. 1952, initial insertion of the sewerage. I think the stream and lake probably had held on to some health there for some decades, and obviously tuna was it's pretty high pollution tolerant tuna. They'll hang around for a fair while, but after time that ecosystem collapse kicks in, and so now we have we're at a point now where we really need to reinstate some things in that stream and lake. The tuna are super important to us. You won't often get tuna on the tables here anymore, where once you could not hold a hui here without having tuna on the tables. I did a scan of whare opening dates in the stohe some time ago with the help of an uncle of mine, and all of the whare gateways, flagpoles, whare kai openings are in March. Ko te wā tēnei o te tuna heke. Ka heke rātou mai te roto, tai atu rā ki te moana, ka hoki atu rātou ki tō rātou kaipo. Ana, ka whānau pepi mai, ana ka hoki mai ngā pepi ki te awa nei. Yeah, kia ora.
Tēnā koe, that's the end of my questions, but also to mihi to the tuna that were provided for lunch today, because despite all the challenges, they were delicious and fat, and so some secrets going on there somewhere, but thank you very much. Tēnā koutou.
Can I just say one more thing about tuna? They may be caught, I'm not too sure where our tuna today came from, but they may be caught out of the lake, and I'm told that's fine. What I mean by that is tuna are very pollution tolerant, it doesn't affect the meat. So, but with tuna, if I can make one point, is that we have, tuna are asexual. They come back from the South Pacific and they migrate up our streams. They're super sensitive. Apparently parts per million or parts per billion of heavy metals are detected by tuna, and so as our tuna come along this coastline and they're selecting which river or stream to repopulate, they're certainly not going to pick the Hoki, or they're not going to pick the Manawatu. They're going to pick the smaller, cleaner streams. That's the first thing. Second thing is, once they come up our streams, they're asexual. They don't have a sex. They're neither female nor male. Now, if the habitat and the food is provided, they turn into big females, and that's what migrate back to the sea and repopulate, and that's the cycle that I'm talking about, these migratory diadromous fish that go in and out of freshwater and salt environments. If you don't have the habitat and the food for these tuna, they all turn male, and that's not good. Males are small and they don't reproduce, and so we have a whole lot of males in our system here in Horowhenua, and so it takes time for us to get through the population, but now we're seeing just mass numbers of small males. And so I spoke about ecosystem collapse a little while ago, and that's what happened at those vital points and those vital times in the history of our lake and stream, and now we're seeing the results. So it takes some time for that to move through. But Uncle Iwi was our fisherman. I'm looking at him on the back wall at the moment. He would sometimes come out here and fish, and would ring us up late at night and say, can you come out and give us a hand? And there were a few people that would do that. Not often would we see tuna heke anymore, in the big runs, I mean. They were expensive tuna. When you're running in and out of Levin every morning, Uncle Iwi would do that in the run season, and he would get a dozen or two. That's a super expensive meat. It was disappointing, I think, for him to see over his lifetime a thriving stream and lake to a point where we now have very few tuna, and what we do have are small males. Kia ora.
But what I will say is that it's disappointing to hear that the relationship skills of the Horo Whenua District Council remain the same despite some early reporting on our part. It's interesting. So thank you for your evidence today. It's going to be very important for our report. Ka mihi.
Your Honour, I believe it's just about 3 p.m, so would that be the time for the cup of tea, or we can move on to the final presentation for Ani Mikaere?
I think we'll move on to the final presentation.
Great.
Thank you.
Right, so then closing for Ngāti Whare Raukawa then is Ani Mikaere.
I will, but not yet.
So this is, as discussed earlier this morning, it is now the concluding section of her brief of evidence, which is document N1C. And the speaking notes were also filed, and I believe they have a number now, and I didn't take a note of it.
What's the difference? I had that, didn't I?
No, she had filed...
Two?
Yep,
Yeah,
two.
Okay, I've got that second. Thank you. So what's this document number?
N1H.
N1H.
Okay, so N1H.
Well, this one here, Emma, this one was H1P. Why is that one N1H?
It's different. That will be for Rachel Selby.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
So that one's N1G?
Yep, that's this morning's one, and then this one. That's it.
Yeah, can you get one?
And what's the number? N1H.
That's the main brief. These are summaries of it.
Okay, te
No,
pā?
mihi, we're catching up with the paperwork.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
all right.
So this document's N1H that you're about to read.
I don't know what the number is, but yes,
Thank you.
when he tells me, then that's it. Tēnā no tātou. We have become like the sandpiper whose sandbanks have been obliterated by the flowing tide. This is something that Wātane Waiwai wrote to Donald Maclean in the wake of the 1873 Native Land Court decision. His metaphor is an apt one. A colonial law tsunami swept the land out from under us, and with it our way of life. Mātauranga and tikanga are rooted in the relationship between people and their world, land, water, sky, and all life that exists within and between them. In turn, the reo of a people evolves to articulate, develop, and transmit both the tikanga and the mātauranga that underpins it. We all understand that the mātauranga, tikanga, and reo of every hapu is shaped by its unique circumstances, its physical environment, its history, the deeds of its key tūpuna, and so on. What this means is that our very survival as a people, as distinctive in the global cultural mosaic, to borrow a term from my uncle, is heavily reliant upon our ability to maintain an intimate relationship with these building blocks of identity. But how is it possible for a hapu to sustain these relationships from one generation to the next when virtually all of the land has been taken? I want to give you an example, and it's from our whānau, Rachel's and my whānau. Our great-grandparents, Emma, who's up there on the wall, and her husband Pātaka, who's also there. Emma is in the big rectangular photograph towards this end, dressed in white, and Pātaka is next to the, yes, there she, oh, well done, yes, in the oval frame there. Emma and her husband Pātaka were among those who so determinedly opened Ngā Tukowaru as the 20th century dawned. They also built and lived in a house that stood adjacent to the whare tūpuna, just over here. Various other whānau members lived with them, including their two youngest children, our grandmother, Rachel's and my grandmother, and her brother, Pakake's grandfather, And those two, our grandmother and her brother, lived here into adulthood, along with their spouses and their young families. My father, Rachel's mother, and their sisters were born here, along with their cousins, Pakake's father and his siblings. However, in 1930, when my father was perhaps 3 years old and Rachel's mother 10, our grandparents moved to the Big Smoke, to Otaki, where they had secured employment. We suspect that as the families grew, it was becoming increasingly difficult for the remaining land to support them all. Our grandmother was born in 1896, and you'll all know the significance of that year, during a decade when the extinction of Māori was being confidently predicted. So it's really not surprising that she and our grandfather encouraged their children to pursue a Pākehā education and to measure success in Pākehā terms. This was a survival strategy. My father travelled first to Wellington and then overseas to complete his training, and when he returned to Aotearoa, his work took him to Wairarapa, close enough to come back for the tangihanga of close relatives, but sufficiently far away not to be caught up in iwi or hapu affairs to any significant extent. Rachel's mother was encouraged to train as a nurse at Palmerston North, Gisborne and Dunedin. This was a time when few Māori were trainee nurses, and this career path effectively removed her from hapu and iwi life for decades. Along with many others of their generation, both of them were raised without te reo Māori. The evidence suggests that in remaining largely disconnected from their hapu and their marae during the 1950s and 1960s, they did as many others were doing. As Rachel has written elsewhere, the priorities of the people had shifted. They were preoccupied with what was often referred to at that time as the Pākehā world, earning money, building homes, paying mortgages, raising children, and visiting the marae only occasionally. The marae was widely, well actually marae throughout this rohe I suspect, were widely regarded as dying institutions, used primarily for tangihanga. In fact, Ngā Tuku Waru was so little used that the marae committee was put into recess during the 1960s. Our committee minute books that are over there record no meetings at all from 1963 to 1968. And as Rachel, I think, mentioned earlier, our grandmother, who died in 1976, truly believed that her tangihanga would be the last ever to be held here. The removal of our land in the mid to late 1800s, firstly in the Rangitike Manawatu and then here, had set in motion a cycle of dispossession and disconnection that by the mid-20th century had driven Ngāti Raukawa as a whole to the brink of cultural extinction. Marae throughout the rohe, once focal points of hapu life, had largely been abandoned. Te reo Māori was in its death throes, spoken by no one under the age of 30 years, and vanishing rapidly as the older generations passed on, and our grasp of mātauranga and tikanga was increasingly tenuous. We had become almost completely alienated from everything that identified us as distinctive in the global cultural mosaic. We had abandoned ourselves. This was the context within which Whakatupu Rangarua Mano, which you've heard a bit about today, was established in 1975. It was a 25-year strategy specifically designed to halt and reverse the crisis encountered by the three iwi of the Art Confederation, Te Atiawa, Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Toa Rangatira. Now, given the utter devastation that had been wrought on Ngāti Pare Raukawa during the preceding century, it's perhaps unsurprising that the primary architect of the strategy, our Uncle Whatarangi Winiata, comes from here. Whakatupu Rangarua Mano has been formed a central plank of hapu activity in the intervening years. We have been determinedly edging back from the brink. We wouldn't want to diminish what's been achieved, because it's truly frightening to contemplate where we might be had our parents not made the conscious decision to change our trajectory in 1975. However, the fact remains that the odds are heavily stacked against us. While we're in better shape than we were 50 years ago, we still have almost no land. We have the marae complex, we have our urupa, Raumatangi, separated from us by Pākehā-owned land. There are a handful of whānau homes dotted around what remains of Block 9 and Block 11B41, and a few remnants of those blocks are still owned by different whānau. But one of the most poignant indicators of our landlessness is not what remains, but rather that which is absent. There is no papakainga we have no village, no critical mass of whānau forming a tangible community presence, living from one day to the next on the land, nurturing and expressing a uniquely Pareraukawa view of the world as a result of an ongoing intimate relationship with our particular part of it. The absence of a papakainga makes the task of sustaining the integrity of the hapu extraordinarily challenging. It goes to the very heart of our ability to survive as a people. We believe that our old people understood that only too well. That's exactly why they persisted with building Ngā Tukuwaru despite the seemingly insurmountable obstacles, including the fact that the land beneath it was still at that time being contested in the courts. For me personally, it's heartbreaking that we've been unable to sustain their vision of a functioning, vibrant papakainga. Put simply, we lack the necessary land base for a village. Moreover, as you've just heard from Pātaka, the integrity of what little remains is under constant attack. His presentation about the environmental desecration that's been unleashed all around us demonstrates that painfully well. I think in the Hitina Motai report, there's a wonderful phrase there about we're like an island, an on-ground island surrounded by a sea of pollution. And it's quite a powerful image because when you think about it, we're here, we've got the lake on that side, the creek running past here, we had the piggery just over there, the landfill just over there, and the pot just behind us. So we were literally encircled by the world's rubbish. It's a pretty painful image. For 150 years, we have been engaged in an incessant, gruelling struggle simply to survive. Responsibility for the state of affairs rests squarely with the Crown. It actively promoted and exploited tensions between ourselves and others in order to achieve its own ends, hiding behind the illusion of due process as it did so. It created the institutions and the laws that rendered us vulnerable by removing our land base and then preyed on that vulnerability in order to strip us of what little remained. While the layers of injustice have piled up incessantly over the past century and a half and continue to do so, the foundational injustice was the award of the Horo Whenua block to Moepoko in 1873. This served the Crown's purposes in a number of important respects. Firstly, it amply rewarded and encouraged good behaviour, such as fighting on the Crown's behalf against Māori rebels or showing a willingness to part with land. Secondly, it severely punished and discouraged bad behaviour, such as supporting the kingitanga or resisting land sales. Thirdly, it significantly destabilised and weakened further resistance. And fourthly, it maintained consistency with the Native Land Court's earlier decision in the Manawatu judgment, thereby legitimising the Crown's so-called purchase of the Rangitike Manawatu block and ensuring the availability of vast tracts of long-desired land for settlement. We assume no attempt will be made to hide behind the ruse of separation of powers or to insult us with the glib suggestion that Ngāti Pareraukawa had our day in court. To do so in the face of the evidence that has come to light about the chicanery practised by judges, politicians, and government officials alike would be disingenuous, to say the least. In truth, the removal of our land had nothing to do with justice as defined by colonial law, and even less to do with what was tika according to our law. In truth, what transpired here was state-sponsored thievery dressed up as due process, rampant self-interest parading as even-handedness, corruption posing as probity. When we reflect on what our tūpuna have been forced to contend with in their time, we are humbled by their fortitude. What an extraordinary debt of gratitude we owe them. If not for their foresight and tenacity in building Ngā Tukuwaru, Ngāti Pareraukawa might well have been relegated to the footnotes of history. We are not sure that we would be here today at all, but we are. And painful as it is to tell our story, it reminds us that resistance is our legacy. Ngā Tukuwaru was born of struggle. Ngāti Pareraukawa has no choice but to persevere. Ko mitu taku kōrero. I do just have a little postscript to add, though, and that's really the point's been made, and I think made well, that this presentation, or Ngāti Pareraukawa's stance, is that this claim is against the Crown. It's not against our neighbours. We do think the Crown kind of got in there and made the most of tensions to get what it wanted. So it has made this whole, I'm tempted to say nonsense, but I probably shouldn't say that because it's more serious than that. The tension surrounding the site visits have been really difficult to handle because we don't want to go to sites to say nasty things about our neighbours. This is not about them, it's about the Crown. So that's really been quite difficult to cope with. I'm glad we've made some progress on some of them. I would point out that Raumatangi, that was the only bit that was given to us in 1873. That's actually never been contested. I've never heard anyone contest Raumatangi, so it seems really illogical to me that there might be a problem about going there. So I'm glad that seems to be getting cleared. I'd also point out that 2 of the 3 original claimants for Y113 and the 2 who first sat down and decided to do this, in fact, the 2 who were responsible for how many hearings have you held now for Ngāti Raukawa? This is the 11th. So the 2 who started that ball rolling are buried over here in Raumatangi. So it would feel like a nice way to circle back, close the circle, if you like, to take you over there to see them. So I'm glad that that's going to happen. But it has been extremely difficult. It's been very, actually quite painful for us to deal with. And I just hope there's a way forward where we manage to keep it clear in our minds what these claims are about, which is about things that the Crown have done and not really getting reduced to scrapping amongst ourselves or different groups. Nō reira, ka nui tēnā o tēnei wā. Mihi nui kia koutou ko tā mai nei ki te whakarongo ki a mātou i tēnei rangi. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, and on that note, we'll ask the Crown to ask you the question that they had of you. Ms Clark.
Tēnā koe. Kia ora, no Ms Makaere. You referred there in paragraphs 8 and 9 of your speaking notes there to whakatūpuranga roa mano, and I wanted to ask you whether you had anything to add about the legacy, and you referred in paragraph 9 to what has been achieved, and I wonder whether you have anything to add about what has been achieved through that.
The legacy is huge. I mean, all of us here are children of whakatūpuranga rua mano. I think I was 11 or 12 or something when that kicked off. I think it would be true to say that every one of us carries that with us every day. We measure our actions in terms of whakatūpuranga rua mano every day. I work at Te Wānanga o Raukawa with a number of people here. The whole reason for that place being there is that it's basically a child of whakatūpuranga rua mano. We measure what we do every day in terms of the founding principles. So it's left an enormous legacy. I don't think any one of us who were part of it have been unaffected by it. In terms of what has been achieved, we certainly, and I do say this, knowing what I'm saying, we have edged back from the brink. And we all know that Te Reo Māori is not yet safe, but Te Reo Māori is significantly healthier in this rohe than it was 50 years ago, but we still have a long way to go. I think that our marae are generally in better shape. You've travelled around a little bit now. All of our marae have been refurbished and looked after. Everywhere we're trying to bring people back to our marae. Everyone's kind of doing their best. We probably still have some way to go in terms of rejuvenating, still te reo, tikanga and all of those things, but we are much more actively engaged in that. And I guess the challenge for us is to think about, well, whakatūpuranga rua mano, what lies ahead? So some of us are starting to think about, the year 3000, what will we look like then? How do we ensure that we're still here then? But it is definitely, it's changed the way we think about things. We look ahead in 25, 50, 100, 1,000 year chunks now. We don't just look to tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Is that helpful?
It is very helpful, thank you, ngā mihi, and thank you very much for your evidence.
Kia ora.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're going to take the adjournment and come back in 15 minutes. And just to be clear, Ani, we may have questions for you. So.
Oh.
Barista Bros. Make a break for it. BK's new Creamy Mayo XL.
It's the same, but XL.
Me tīmata no tātou katoa. Nā reira, he pātai tākuta Grant i naine. Grant?
Thank you, Judge. Yes, I just had one question about this, which was we assume no attempt will be made to hide behind the ruse of the separation of powers. I mean, I think there's two aspects to that. One is that there has been, in more recent times, quite a lot of attack on the whole idea of separation of powers. People's suggestions that it's a network and things like that. But I'm thinking here, and I just wanted to check this, you're really talking quite specifically about the Horowhenua decision in 1873?
Particularly about that, yes. I would. I mean, if you read some of those quotes, and probably James Carroll was a little bit that way. You've had your day in court. We've had hearings, we've had commissions, we've had whatever. And yeah, it's kind of based on that idea that there's a separation of powers and it was all fair and impartial, when very clearly that's not how we think it is. Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes. Thank you, and thank you for your evidence.
Dr. Suda?
Just one question or point of clarification, Annie. If in your full brief of evidence at page 6, where you have the whakapapa.
Yes. I'll need to find mine. Yep.
You probably don't need to refer to it, but I do. So Te Whatanui is Raukawa's son.
Yes.
So at what point does the hapu Raukawa come into existence?
Oh, that's a really good question, actually. And my tungane, who's not here today, has even written an article about it. We think, originally we were just referred to as the children of Te Whatanui. We were often actually referred to as Ngāti Huia, Ngāti Parewahawaha, various things. From what the excellent work that my cousin Huia has done, it seems that was kind of probably around the 1860s, I think it was around that time, we were starting to have this great trouble about the land, late 1860s, around that time, that we kind of coalesced into something that called ourselves Ngāti Raukawa. So we weren't always known as Ngāti Raukawa, but we became known as Raukawa. And I think some of the Pakaki might be able to correct me on this if I get it wrong, but I think the thought has been that we wanted to identify ourselves as the group of Ngāti Huia, the group of Te Whatanui's uri, who had stayed here on the land and fought to defend this particular spot. So becoming known as Raukawa was part of that kind of, coalescing of our identity.
I see.
Does that help? I could refer you to an article, or even try grab a copy and bring it, that Huia Winiata wrote. It's a really nice article about ko waia Ngāti Raukawa no hea tingwa. It's a lovely paper written with his usual care and attention. So we could make that available to you, I'm sure. So
am I right in saying then that it excludes some of Raukawa's descendants? Another
$1 million question. Yes and no. I think the answer to that is that when anyone comes here to the marae who is of Ngāti Raukawa, of course we would greet them as Ngāti Raukawa. So it's all about context, I suppose. In the same way as if we go to Ngāti Parewahawaha, and because I got told off a few times when I was younger, if I would dare to stand up and introduce myself as Raukawa, Ngāti Raukawa, they go, hey, enough of that, ko Ngāti Parewahawaha koe. So it really does depend on the context. It's not we don't use the term Raukawa to exclude anyone, but in certain contexts, when we talk about Raukawa, we are talking about the people who have been fighting this particular fight. That's not a very helpful answer, but you know what we're like.
Helpful, and Huia's paper would be?
Yeah, because he also addresses that a little bit in his paper.
Tanya has no questions, and I have none either, but that's just because of the clarity of the material you've put before us, needs no further questioning. So thank you very much for your evidence. We're going to find that evidence, as usual, very important for when we write our claim.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou.
Thanks. Not write our claim, write our report.
Rongo kōrero au e kotu ki no te tuku mai nei. E hara mai ana pēra ki te tiki mai I rawaru. Kia whakakuri au, kia whakapai au, he kai wae wae rahara keke. Te aho taku ko iwi, whapaki au I hoki te tau o taku ate he poa e tonu ana kei te tarawa. Utu, koko, he ruhu tōna, kai e rai. Ko te kaira tēnā, whirua ai te kitatanga o te taraki I te waru. Te hapu kei te moana, ka pareke te anaui. Kai awa atua ki te ura ki runga I rora ki te kaina. I pai ai e, te kura tauni. Ko I ara nei e ngati.
Kia ora. Well, we're now moving on to the joint opening submissions on behalf of the five hapu of Ngāti Huia ki Horo Whenua. Is that right? Yes. So
Yes.
those were filed by Dr. Brian Gilling.
Yes, ma'am, and they'll be being presented by Ms Soriano.
Ms Soriano is going to present them. Thank you. While you're organising, can someone tell us about the korowai and that are here? Popo. Okay. Oh, ne. E koro.
Nā mai te koro I te wā kaputi, tērā te tehi ko hinga ki rungo mata, ko Ngāti Huia ki mata, gai āna mai te koro. I ngai nei, mai mā, e nei ngā, reira tika āna kia hoki ngā pahara, tērā o tātou, kia teki hirini, ko hinga ko ni rotu nei, kei te kohinga kaputi mai, mui tō mai. Wai tērā kau.
No. So that's the document number there. Did you get it?
Te kaiwhakawa, the document number for our joint opening submissions is document 3.3.84. Can I just quickly check you have that? Ka pai. I don't intend to read the opening submissions, ma'am, but just to take you to some key paragraphs. I'm going to start at paragraph, I'll just list the hapu of Ngāti Huia ki Horo Whenua o Ngāti Raukawa on which these opening submissions are made on behalf of. It's Ngāti Huia ki Poro Tāwhau, Ngāti Hapahapai, Ngāti Huia ki Mātou, Ngāti Kikopiri, and Ngāti Hekitanga. At paragraph 3, the tribunal has already heard how, having answered Waitohi's invitation, these hapu, the ones that I've just listed, have migrated from the Waikato to the Porirua ki Manawatu Rohe. Through Take Raupatu and Ahika, they claim mana whenua over the lands and around Te Roto o Horu Whenua, from mountain to coast. The tribunal will hear evidence from these 5 hapu describing how the native land court processes and crown agents in the 1870s devastated the once prosperous hapu of Ngāti Huia ki Horo Whenua. Lands were taken in varying degrees. Over the page to paragraph 5. The compounding loss of whenua and the taonga therein, mana and rangatiratanga, results in the multi-generational assault that continues to impact Ngāti Huia ki Horo Whenua to this day. The witnesses will describe how these compounding loss caused by Crown acts and omissions manifest in the lived experience of the individual and collective members of the hapu, of the 5 hapu. A small sample of this loss is listed at paragraph 5 and will be expanded on by the claimants and witnesses themselves over the course of the week. At paragraph 6, the claimants assert that the Crown has been and continue to be inconsistent with Te Tiriti. And at paragraph 7, the principles that the claimants rely on are listed there. The customary interests of the claimants are listed at paragraph 8 and 9. Paragraph 8 is the lists the whenua that they have customary interest in, while paragraph 9 lists the roto, awa, repo, and other waterways of significance to the claimants. It is a preliminary list, just some general indications. I'm going to jump ahead to page 5 at paragraph 11. The tribunal will hear tribal evidence from each of the 5 hapu about who they are, their relationship to Ngāti Huia and Ngāti Raukawa, their journey from the Waikato and how they came to settle around Te Roto o Horu Whenua in the Porirua ki Manawatu district. Following these traditional accounts, the claimants will describe their struggles to maintain ahika over their customary lands and maintain their identity as these 5 hapu since the 1860s and up until the present day, with a particular focus on socio-economic deprivation and environment. The witnesses for the 5 hapu o Ngāti Huia ki Horo Whenua will provide their own specific recommendations to address the grievances that they speak to. But to be a preliminary assistance to the tribunal and its considerations, the claimants have listed at paragraph 14 some general findings and recommendations. And unless the tribunal has any questions, those are the joint opening submissions for 5 of the hapu o Ngāti Huia ki Horo Whenua.
Tēnā koe, and tēnā koutou, actually. Thank you for this joint effort. Can you explain to me what the principle of participation is? It's not one I've heard of before. It's in your list at point E.
I guess in terms of the principle of participation for the claimants, that is just generally a level of engagement to start with. You'll hear from these 5 hapu across these next 3 days that they've been left out of many things, so they haven't even been given the opportunity to participate. And so the inclusion of the principle of participation is their own reflection of that.
Something akin to the principle of options, is that what it is?
Yes, ma'am.
I think they've dismissed.
Can you just provide some references to tribunal reports or court judgments that have used that principle? Or is this a new principle you're asking us to adopt?
I may just defer that to Dr. Gilling if, or answer that question in writing if that would assist more.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Suter, do you have a question? Do you have a question? I only had a question regarding 14B, that Ngāti Huia ki horo whenua retain mana whenua nahi ka and their traditional rohe. You want us to make a finding like that?
We were instructed to include that, ma'am. The claimants themselves want the tribunal to make that finding.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, one view of it might be that if you have it, you don't need anyone else to tell you have it.
Mm.
Just saying, but if that's what you're instructed to do. All right, thank you. That's very important that we have that opening so we know how you're going to frame the evidence for us. And now we're moving on to hear from Mr. Wayne Kiriona.
Yes, ma'am, and Mr. Fobister will be leading Mr. Kiriona this afternoon,
Thank
so I'll
you.
hand it over to him.
And can I just compliment you on your pronunciation? It must be very akin to
Very close
Filipino.
to Filipino, ma'am, yes.
Ah.
So already know with my muscles, with my tongue, yes. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Mr. Fobister now.
Tēnā koe, ma'am. The next witness you'll hear from is Mr. Wayne Kiriona on behalf of Y113F and Y757. He will speak to his brief of evidence, which is on the record of inquiry as N23. There is a summary that is on the record of inquiry as N23B and a corresponding PowerPoint as well, which we handed to the tribunal today, to the registrar today. Before Mr. Kiriona begins, can I ask if the tribunal has those documents in front of them? Kia ora. Okay, I will hand over to Mr. Kiriona.
Tēnā koe, ma'am. Nā member o te taipuna, tēnā koutou. Ki te karawina, nā mihi. Ki te haukainga, me te whānui a Ngāti Huia. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. I, Wayne Kiriona of Porotawhao, say, this is a summary of my brief of evidence. My brief covers a series of events which were and remain significant to Ngāti Raukawa and especially Ngāti Huia ki Matau. The topics covered in my brief include the arrival of Ngāti Raukawa at Kapiti Island, taking possession of Porotawhao, the battles of Hauwhenua and Kuititanga, Heki to Porotawhao, the exile of Te Rangi Haiata, imprisonment of Te Rauparaha, and the associated impacts. I also discussed the Ngāti Raukawa attitudes toward the kingitanga, the Taranaki War, the Manawatu sale, the loss of Matau Marae, and the difficult road to its rebuild. Te Rauparaha is the son of Werewera of Ngāti Toa, and is Ngāti Huia through his mother, Parikohatu, daughter of Karawaputa. Te Rauparaha was raised as a rangatira among his mother's people at Maunga Tautari. He gained his experience under the tutelage of Hape, his uncle, as Hapai Rākau. Te Rauparaha gained a formidable reputation as an intelligent and competent warrior who succeeding to the mana of Hapi when he died. The close relationship between Te Rauparaha and his Ngāti Huia whanaunga was a major factor in the decision of Ngāti Huia to migrate to the Kapiti district in the early 1820s. Ngāti Huia considered Te Rauparaha as much their own as he was Ngāti Toa. Ngāti Huia ki Matau, the eponymous ancestor of Matau, Huia and their sister Waitoto were the children of Ngā Tokowaru and Pariunuora. The descent lines of Matau and Huia merging back together. References to Ngāti Kainganui, Ngāti Matau, Ngāti Huri, and there's likely other references. They're all valid. But today, the hapu mostly refer to ourselves as Ngāti Huia ki Matau. We are a resident hapu within the rohi of Ngāti Raukawa. The whānau of Matau Marae predominantly trace their descent to Matau through Te Pāhau. And we can see that up on screen. Oh, it's just gone. Sometime after the migration of Ngāti Toa to the south, word arrived at Maunga Tautari that Ngāti Toa had been defeated and had perished. Subsequently, a Ngāti Raukawa travelling party, Te Heke Kārere, was dispatched to Kapiti Island to investigate, but found Ngāti Toa at Otaki fit and well. The arrival of Te Heke Kārere, 1825, heralded the beginning of the occupation of the Kapiti district for those tupuna who are today representative of Matau Marae. Upon arrival, Ngāti Raukawa discovered Te Rauparaha alive and well. However, some of his children had been killed in an attack by a muupoko at Te Wī, Ohau. That's meant to be Ngāti Raukawa. Refer to this event as Rari Kaipo, or murder in the dark of night. The children of Te Rauparaha were Ngāti Huia. That's the close association. They were Ngāti Huia's children. Ngāti Raukawa was preparing to return home when Te Rauparaha invited Ngāti Raukawa to come south to strengthen their hold on the new lands. However, it wasn't until Waitohi asked that Ngāti Raukawa accepted. Utu for the murder of Te Rauparaha's family was a reason Ngāti Huia came to Kapiti. The toku whenua by Ngāti Toa did not come without obligations. Ngāti Raukawa were obliged to support Te Rauparaha and Waitohi. Te Rauparaha resolved to avenge the deaths of his whānau, Ngāti Huia, including their rangatira, ngā rangi o rehua, and often under the leadership of Te Rangi Haiata, carried out the wishes of Te Rauparaha. Eventually, Whatanui would offer protection to Muupoko at Horowhenua. This protection was not supported by Te Rauparaha, Te Rangi Haiata, ngā rangi o rehua, nor many of Ngāti Huia. Ngā rangi o rehua would later, with the consent of Te Rauparaha, make peace with Muupoko, respecting the wishes of Whatanui, while allowing Ngāti Huia to reside peacefully at Porotawhau alongside Muupoko at Horowhenua. These arrangements did not necessarily provide protection for Muupoko outside of the area. Ngā rangi o rehua and Ngāti Huia, having made peace and taken possession of Porotawhau, no longer attacked Muupoko. I don't know of any instances after that where there was fighting between the iwi. With boundaries set in place between Muupoko, who are under the protection of Whatanui at Horowhenua, and Ngāti Huia at Porotawhau, Ngā rangi o rehua then returned to Otaki, where he was living, leaving his son, Peter Kaiaho, at Porotawhau to take care of the land. Ngā rangi o Rehua and the hapu of Ngāti Huia would return to Porotawhau to defend the land when other Ngāti Raukawa hapu arrived at Porotawhau. When these other hapu recognised the land was now with Ngāti Huia, they left peacefully. This arrangement between Ngāti Huia and Muupoko, set in place before the signing of the treaty, remained undisturbed until disputes arose around the time of Te Rangi Haeata's death, followed by further disputes in 1867 and 1869. Ngā rangi o Rehua returned north to Tono for his relatives to migrate to Kapiti. In 1837, the last heke, including Te Pahau, were to arrive, some 12 to 13 years after the initial heke of Ngāti Raukawa. Hauwhenua and Kuititanga. The Battle of Hauwhenua involved tangata heke supported by Te Rauparaha, Te Rangi Haeata and other allied iwi from the north, as well as Muupoko, Rangitani and Ngāti Apa, to defend the iwi estate against Te Atiawa. The Battle of Kuititanga involved mostly Ngāti Raukawa and Te Atiawa. The outcome of these battles would confirm the boundary between Te Atiawa and Raukawa at Kukutawaki, and end the intertribal iwi wars in the district, at least in a physical sense. These battles reshuffled settlement in the district, with Te Atiawa living at Waikanai and to the south, and Ngāti Raukawa living to the north. Prior to this, Ngāti Huia had been living as far south as Mutuhara, Mana, and Taupo, Plimerton, with and alongside the settlements of Te Rangi Haeata and Te Rauparaha. The boundary between Te Atiawa and Ngāti Raukawa at Kukutawaki was settled prior to the signing of Te Tiriti, and would continue to be recognised post-treaty. This boundary is still recognised today by Ngāti Raukawa and Te Atiawa. In 1840, Raukawa held authority of an area extending from Whangai River to Kukutawaki. After the battles of Hauwhenua and Kuititanga had concluded, peace being settled with Te Atiawa, some of Ngāti Matau, Ngāti Huia, Ngāti Timania, Ngāti Tūwhakahewa, Ngāti Hapai, moved from Otaki to permanently occupy Porotawhau. Pita Kaiaho had earlier been left with Muupoko by Ngā Rangi o Rehua to take care of the land. Prior to the permanent occupation, the hapu had carried out seasonal gathering, going back and forth to Otaki. When George Grey arrested Te Rauparaha and exiled Te Rangi Haeata in 1846, it severely undermined the mana of Ngāti Raukawa. Backed by troops and allies from among iwi resident in the region, Grey took preemptive measures against Te Rauparaha and Te Rangi Haeata, whom he deemed to be in rebellion. These measures were accompanied by policies aimed at gaining strategic control of the region and at civilising Māori, wedding them to the Crown through the introduction of English institutions adapted to New Zealand. The death of Te Rauparaha in 1849 came after his authority in mana had been weakened by the Crown, but he still held a prominent position amongst Ngāti Raukawa and other iwi. His death further broke down the rangatiratanga of Ngāti Raukawa and led to division of the iwi and the iwi estate. Te Rangi Haeata continued to oppose land sales and division of the iwi estate. Te Whatanui, who had died a couple of years earlier, had erected a pou at the Turakina River to indicate the extent of Raukawa authority over the land. Donald Maclean, rather than recognise the rights and authority of Ngāti Raukawa as promised in Te Tiriti, questioned the ability of Te Rauparaha and the son of Te Whatanui to enforce their control over the block. This was a further attack on the authority and mana of Ngāti Raukawa. Despite pressure from the Crown for our hapu to give up land, Ngāti Huia remained active in the economy. In the early 1850s, Ngāti Huia, with the support of Father Jean-Baptiste Comte, built a flour mill at Porotawhau to process wheat grown in the area. In the late 1840s and during the 1850s, Māori agriculture enjoyed a period of expansion and importance in the economy of the North Island, and has not been equalled since. Maybe that's from the article of the time. Ngāti Huia was also instrumental in the building of roads throughout the district, with the first roads being built by Te Rangi Haiata. Throughout this period, some 20 mills appeared to have existed in the southern North Island, the greatest concentration of which was in the coastal region from Horowhenua to Porirua, where 7 mills were located. A noteworthy grouping within this region was centred at Otaki. And we proved that our people could use our resources and land to participate in the newly developing cash economy after the arrival of Pākehā settlement. Following the death of Te Rangi Haiata in 1855, the people of Porotawhau continued their opposition to land sales and settlement, becoming keen supporters of the kingitanga movement developed by the whanaunga Mātini Te Whiwhi and Tamiana Te Rauparaha. A major hui was held in Otaki in May 1860 to decide whether to support the kingitanga. Porotawhau had been regarded as the centre for anti-government sentiments since Rangi Haiata's days. The kingitanga supporters at the meeting were identified as consisting principally of Ngāti Huia, who had lived with Rangi Haiata at Porotawhau and the Roman Catholics. Seems the return of Gray and his promise to recognise Runanga authority led Ngāti Huia into support again for the Kawanatanga. Gray visited Otaki several months after the announcement of his plans, addressing the gathering in Te Reo. The governor spoke of his continued interest in their welfare and his sorrow at the unhappy relations that had developed between some tribes and the government. Evidence showed 20 kingites at Porotawhau, down from 150 in 1862. A petition, the Taranaki War. A petition was drawn up dated 31 May 1860, by which many individuals of Ngāti Raukawa and the other southern tribes petitioned the Queen, expressing their support for Wiramukingi at Waitara, and asking for the recall of Governor Fitzroy. By late 1860, the fighting in Taranaki had caused a certain amount of tension and divided opinions in the Kapiti Coast region, tensions which were exacerbated by the government's land purchasing efforts in the Horowhenua and Manawatu districts. Well, some went to Taranaki to support the fight against the Crown. Others remained at home supporting the kingitanga, and eventually most supporting the Queen. Others would adopt the Pai Mārire faith. Regardless of who one gave their allegiance to, be it the King, the Queen, or whether they took up arms to fight, whether they supported Pai Mārire and ho-hoism. None of this did halt the wheels of colonisation, land loss and land purchasing. So it seemed to be no matter what you did, it continued. The onslaught continued to undermine the authority and mana of Ngāti Raukawa. the Manawatu sale. In the mid-1860s, the people of Porotawhao, along with many other Ngāti Raukawa, tried to halt land loss and prevent the sale of the Manawatu block by writing letters, signing petitions, drafting affidavits, opposing the sale and even refusing Crown money. Again, opposition to this sale was to no avail. The Crown purchased the Manawatu block, leaving a legacy of further problems in its wake. 151 members of Ngāti Raukawa and affiliated hapu and iwi signed the affidavit at Otaki on 1st of November 1866, expressing continuing opposition to the Crown's purchase of Rangiti kei Manawatu. A week after that, we have a further dispute at Horowhenua. From 1869 to 1873, the people of Porotawhao once again found themselves in dispute over land, this time at Horowhenua. This was a long drawn-out dispute overshadowed by the failure of the Crown to manage threats of violence and destruction from Hunia and Kemp, who were soldiers of the Crown. The Crown, for its part, had provided troops to protect Pākehā settlers from Rangi Haeta, but provided none to protect Ngāti Huia and maintain the peace at Horowhenua. The Horowhenua dispute was eventually referred to the Native Land Court for a decision. The court gave its judgment 5th of April 1872. It had previously concluded that Ngāti Raukawa had a claim to the block. The question, therefore, was whether or not Muupoko had presented compelling evidence to alter their court's opinion. The judgment more or less gave the entire block to Muupoko, specifically to Kepa Te Rangi Huinui, on the grounds that the tribe had always retained occupancy of the land. The only exception was an allotment of 100 acres at Raumatangi, and this was the land said to have been given out of gratitude to Te Whatanui by Muupoko for having kept them safe from Te Rauparaha's vengeance. The court had awarded Muupoko not only the 20,000 acres which they had previously occupied, but it gave them an additional 30,000 acres to the north and the south of Horowhenua, including land at Waiwiri and Mahuinui, land which had long been occupied by hapu of Ngāti Raukawa, including Ngāti Pari Raukawa and Ngāti Hekitanga. This dispossessed them and made them landless, altering long-standing boundaries of Raukawa hapu that were in place prior to 1840. As well, the loss for Ngāti Huia ki Porotawhao and Matou was approximately 7,000 acres to the north, which is on the screen in the northern areas. It's approximately 7,000 acres there, which was awarded to Muupoko. The loss for the hapu on the south of the Horowhenua block would be far greater, leaving them virtually landless. Just despite the loss of the lands, and the decision of the court in the Horowhenua block, the mana of Ngāti Raukawa and Ngāti Hui and Horowhenua and Levin continued to be recognised, and we can see that. Here's our flag flying in Levin. Pretty much at any major civic event, our flag was still flowing. There it is again. So we've got this long, drawn-out, continuous fight that just goes on and on and on, and we never actually feel like we get anywhere. We just lose more and more and more. And we try many, many, many ways of halting the land loss. But it doesn't matter what you try. It's to me, it's like there was no way. It didn't matter what they did. It was kind of just wasting their time, and they tried many, many ways. So in May 1939, the Native Land Court made an order under, what's the S31 of the Native Land Act 1931. And it vested the buildings, not the land, on Manawatu, Kukutauaki and trustees for the use and enjoyment of the Ngāti Matau tribe, the owner and lessee of the said land, the Māori community at and near Porotawhau. Rawiri Tātana, he applied for funding to purchase the land in 1958, but was denied as it was suggested that the land was subject to an order under S31 of the Native Lands Act that it was inalienable. In 1963, the land Matau Marae stood on was the subject of a court order issued by Judge Zern. Judge Zern approved the alienation of the land the marae was on, without mentioning that there was a marae on the land. And from that point in time, the marae was effectively lost to the whānau. And the loss of the marae was devastating. And here we have it. That's some time afterwards. It's continued to remain out in the, sitting there in the paddock, very lonely. And my brief of evidence obviously talks a lot more about that and gives a lot more detail. And it began to fall down. It was devastating for the hapu. I don't know if I look around at the audience here and just said to you, well, imagine you lost your marae and tomorrow it wasn't yours and it was gone. I don't know how to explain how devastating that could be. Here we are. Or anyone in here who has a marae will feel that. Yeah, we lost everything. The transmission of knowledge, kōrero, waiata, tikanga, the whanaungatanga that happens. Everything that's associated with your marae, gone. Because the marae's gone. And a whole generation would pass by before Matau would stand again. And within that generation, all the kaua of the time were gone. They had passed away. Nearly all the kui of the time had gone. And everything, and all that knowledge, and everything that they had went with them. And yet if I go back up a couple of paragraphs, it apparently was inalienable. And that was, I guess, a point in time where our hapu almost ceased to exist. But then we look at the rebuilding of the marae. From 1978, the whānau worked tirelessly to rebuild Matau Marae. During this era, there was no funding available to assist with the rebuild. As well as the physical construction of the marae, the whānau were continuously engaged in fundraising, raffles, socials. So they might go and work on all weekend or during the day, Saturday, Sunday, to build the marae, and then in the evening on Saturday night they would be holding functions, raising money. There was every way possible that they could think of raising money to rebuild the marae. I personally, as a child, remember that, you know, every single week my mother would bake a chocolate cake. And this big chocolate cake, because Mum made these big chocolate cakes. But it wasn't for us. Oh, no. No, she took that to work after the next day and she raffled it at work. And that was her little contribution every single week. And everyone in the whānau contributed in their little way to rebuilding, to trying to fund it, but, you know, we're really proud, and I stand here because we're not beggars. We didn't ask nobody for anything. And that showed us that, given the determination, that we can achieve what we set out to achieve, despite what happened to us. Imagine, we did that with nothing. We started with no land, no marae, no money, and yet we got to where we wanted to be. Imagine what we could do if we actually had our resources and assets. That's what we could do with nothing. So, you know, I think as Māori people, we're really resilient. If we can do that with nothing, imagine what we could do, or could do, if we actually had retained our resources, had retained our land. Why, we're used to working with nothing, and we still do most of the time. And we still achieve what we set out to achieve. Very little, we hardly ever get funding, but that doesn't stop us, we just carry on. But it certainly makes the road a hard road. Mate Marae was opened on a new site, Watiatarangi Kahu, in a ceremony led by Henare Tuwhangai. In 1989, the original Y113 claim was lodged by Whatakaraka Davis, Nārongo Iwi Katia Nicholson, and Te Maharanui Jacob, for ourselves and for all the descendants of the iwi and hapu Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga. Our hapu were absolutely staunch supporters of Y113 for all Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga. However, after the death of Ngāwini and Iwi Katia, the reconfiguration of Y113 left our hapu and other hapu under the umbrella of Y113 without access to legal aid and legal support. And we'll probably explain that maybe, I don't want to spend time on it right now, but I can explain that if necessary. It also divided us from a collective claim into an individual claim. So we were Y113 as a collective, a number of our Ngāti Huia hapu. That was the only claim they had, and they were in it as a collective. And the effect on us made us become Y113, I don't know, H, I, J. Now with these individual claims where we were a collective claim, which is what we were supporting, a collective claim. And I guess that goes some way to explain why we ended up with no legal aid, because Y113, as a collective claim and under, at the time, Uncle Iwi, had a legal team assigned to it on legal aid. When we became ABCD, we weren't able, we didn't have, we had no legal aid. And that didn't come. We weren't even able to respond because we had no lawyer, we had no legal counsel to support us. And we'll come to that. We do now. But at that time, there was some time where we were left without any legal counsel. In 1997, Ngāti Raukawa challenged Te Ohu Kaimoana, and a submission was prepared for the Disputes Committee. Ngāti Raukawa challenged the token FMA8 distribution model of the time, and the argument of Ngāti Raukawa was consistent with the Ngāti Raukawa historical narrative of rangatiratanga and authority. Meaning we had been, and under Y113, that was a major point that the Crown failed to recognise the rangatiratanga of Ngāti Raukawa. Ngāti Huia ki Matau continued to maintain that the estate of Ngāti Raukawa stretched from Wangehu to Kukutauaki. The Crown took an active and deliberate and calculated role to reduce the extent of and alienate lands held under the mana of Ngāti Raukawa. And I just liken the process to splitting a block of firewood with an axe. You know, you start at the edges, you don't try and cut through the middle. You never get there. That's for those young and experienced people where you get given an axe and you go and try and split it right in the middle and you get tired and give up. You start around the edges and you work your way to the middle. And that to me is exactly what happened. You start around the edges and you work your way to the middle. And in fact, probably what we ended up with is just a little bit of kindling while the rest is gone. And that's how you can split all but the most stubborn and knotted blocks. Kia ora.
Kia ora. All right, we've got Mr. Stevens or Ms. Clark. We have a few questions from Ms. Clark for you.
I was just waiting until he'd had a chance to have a good drink of water. Tēnā koe, Mr. Kiriona, ko Isabella Clark tōku ingoa, kei kone ahau mō te korona. My name is Isabella Clark, and I'm just going to ask you a few questions on behalf of the Crown about your evidence. And I would like to begin by saying thank you very much for coming today and giving your evidence here. My first questions relate to who Ngāti Huia ki Mātou are, and earlier on in your slideshow you had a slide with the whakapapa, and I wondered whether we might, is it possible to go back to that slide? And you've mentioned there that, in your summary, that the whānau of Mātou Marae predominantly traced their descent to Mātou through Te Pāhau. But I was wondering whether you could explain a little more about who affiliates to Ngāti Huia ki Mātou, and in particular the two lines that come down from Huia and Mātou and where they join, how that fits in.
So predominantly, as I mentioned, they whakapapa to Mātou through Te Pāhau. Now Te Pāhau came to Kapiti in the last heke, as it says in there, but most of the descendants are mixed. So many also trace their whakapapa through Ngārangi o Rehua and many other lines of Ngāti Huia. So it's not as clear cut. They have many lines and through the many hapu of Ngāti Huia, and they're all mixed. But this particular hapu predominantly trace their whakapapa through Te Pāhau. Because there's so many, it's yeah. I'm trying to keep it simple there. But the whānau, the main whānau there, Tātana, Herini, Kirehoma, Kiriona, Hāpita, Tamihana, they're all part of it. But the predominant families that still sit at Matou today, because there's many more, and there's other lines there, but the ones that are still pretty much there today, Tātana, Kirehoma, Herini, Kiriona.
Thank you very much for that explanation.
I just don't want to miss anyone. Yeah, and all the others here.
And in terms of those whānau, do you have any idea in terms of amount of who is active in the hapu today?
Oh, active. Not many, can I say that? When an event occurs, we do get good support. We might get up to 100 for say, a tangi to come and support us, but maybe 50, more usual. But on a day-to-day basis of maintaining the marae, there's probably a core group of 20 at the most. And that's probably being generous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably being very generous. In this room today, we've got a core of our committee that try and maintain everything.
And in addition to the inherent difficulties in bringing people back to the marae, how would you, what would you say the effect of the loss of the marae has been?
Our knowledge, the knowledge base. You know, when you have a whole generation that just misses out, then so much doesn't get passed on. The knowledge, I you know, the state of reo on our marae, you know, absolutely struggling. We struggle to put a pai together most of the time. Yeah, I can't kind of quantify that. Yeah.
Ngā mihi. If I could move on to another topic now. You mentioned the flour mill that Ngāti Huia had been involved in, and one of the, in a footnote to your main brief, it had an article referenced there, and in that article it mentioned that the flour mill had been possibly destroyed by an earthquake in the mid-1850s. Is that consistent with the kōrero that you know?
Well, we know it was destroyed, and that's what the article said, so I can't, you know, expand on that. But it seemed to be, well, there's a lot of records in the minute books about it. I'm not sure whether it references it after 1855, but during that period it received, I guess, wheat from all around the district, even the Kōpua Pongo tract, which crossed across to here actually, across the Kōpua Pongo swamp. They took in wheat from around the district that was grown by Māori and processed it. So, but the exact year that it of its demise, no, I don't know.
And after that, would the wheat have been taken elsewhere to be processed out of the district, perhaps?
I don't know, or another mill, or yeah, I really don't know.
The last question I want to ask you is about the Ngāti Huia flag that you had in up on the slideshow, the photos of that. Is that the flag that was gifted by Lord Onslow, that very large one?
Actually, that one will be the original, yes. And all the other ones you see are replicas. But that at the time was the original one, yes.
And is that still in existence now?
No, it's not. Well, yeah. I'll leave that, and maybe our Huia whānau can answer that, if you save that question, yeah.
Thank you very much. That's my questions. Thank you.
Tēnā koe. I've got a few things that I'm going to put in writing. You've got some very helpful footnotes, and there's some documents that I'd like to get copies of, so I'll put that in writing, and some points that I want to check about those. So we don't need to waste time with it here. There were just a couple of things, though, I wanted to ask you. So in that whakapapa that we looked at before, I can't remember if it's you or someone else, is that Ngāti Huia ki mātou was originally called a Ngāti Timania. Is that correct?
No.
That's not your...
But you can see through that whakapapa is the very close connection. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's not your understanding?
No.
No. Cool. Thank you. And on page 26 of your brief, you have a reference to underbrush, and I wasn't quite sure what that was referring to.
26, paragraph.
It's right in the top line. It's the quote, "The parts they intended to underbrush, preparatory to clearing." Is that a word, or is that an error, or is that just something I'm not familiar with?
No, because that's not an error. That's referenced as it was written.
So do you know what that is?
I think it's just preparing to clear for cultivation, for use of the land. Yeah, to underbrush.
Okay, thank you. And paragraph 115. There's a statement there, these slaves were ho-ho, and I wasn't clear on who you were referring to there. Can you explain that? I'm presuming that's in relation
Well,
to
the point there I was trying to make was not about the slaves. That was just part of the reference. The point was that Hohaya was supporting ho-hoism. I wasn't trying to make a point about the slaves at all. It was
just I didn't see any mention of slaves, and that's why I was asking about
it. In the reference?
Yeah, in the quote.
Well, the 118 evidence, I can check the reference from the minute book, but the point I was trying to make was not anything to do with slaves at all, but it was about that some of the whānau, being Hohaya, who was the son of Te Pahu, had taken up and supported ho-hoism.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I might put that in writing then and get you to correct that for the record.
Yeah. That's just the reference that I used. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And pages 44 to 48, there's a discussion about that Buller argued that these people were not residents and therefore they didn't have any rights in Rangatike Manawatu. And I was just wondering what your position was on that, whether you thought he was correct or not.
They may not have been permanent residents.
So do you think that means they didn't have rights?
Absolutely not.
No. Can you explain that, please? Because I took it from what you were saying you didn't agree with Buller, but I'd just like some clarification on what you're...
Well, I'll put it this way. Even though we may be centred at Puratawhao, we still have lands and rights down in Otaki. But we don't reside there permanently. But we managed to retain those ones. But we don't have any evidence because there was no hearing for them to give the evidence of why they thought and why they fought so hard. So I have nothing to go back to and follow up and say, well, had they been able to give the evidence, I'm sure they would have said why they fought so hard and why they thought they had rights. But that didn't happen. And I'll put it in terms of connection, because we still have lands down in Otaki at Katihiku. I'm a trustee down there at Katihiku Ex-Trust, and was previously the chairperson. Because we still have those connections, it kept our family connected to that whenua. Hence why I'm part of it still. But at the other end, where there was, we have very little connection. Why? Well, I guess it's because the whenua is gone, the land's gone.
I see. Thank you.
I have put in the whakapapa there, and as you can see, and Pariwahawaha was one of the recipients, was one of the hapu that was recognised up in the north. And as you can see from that whakapapa, well, many of the people sitting in this room that live at Puratawhao, or descendants of, whakapapa directly to Pariwahawaha.
Yes, and when
so
we heard
I'm just saying that's
Pariwahawaha,
probably the connection that they were arguing.
Because they did say to us at their hearing that they were Ngāti Huia. Yes, okay, so it's that connection.
And if we look at the, the ahika, well, you can't be everywhere. So sections of Ngāti Huia across the rohe from the very south at Kukutawaki to the north at Pariwahawa. Well, if we argue on the fact that they maintained the ahikara on behalf of their whānau, you know, and that's the whole argument of our connections to the north, that some remained up there to maintain the ahi ka on behalf of their whānau. They may not be there physically, but because their whānau are there, they maintain on their behalf the ahi ka.
Okay, thank you. You've explained that. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Wayne, and thank you for your evidence. I've only got a few questions, just really clarification. In your full brief of evidence at para 112 to 114, we were talking to Dr. Phillipson about for hire. This quote from the New Zealand Advertiser. So, wee Happy's not from here? He was coming into the area? 114.
No, I believe he was Ngāti Raukawa.
Oh, I realise that, but from Ngāti Huia?
Oh, I don't know exactly, no. He may be, but I don't know that exact whakapapa, no.
So you had some Ngāti Huia at times supporting the Paemarire, some prior to that, Kingitanga, and also supporting the Queen. Do you have some understanding of why it was that they were in all those different camps at different times?
I think they were reacting to what was happening to them and doing their best to mitigate. You know, there's many ways to skin a cat, I guess, but and that's what they were trying to do. You know, they were just reacting the best way that they thought at the time, considering everything that was going on around them. And you know, we don't always all agree on how to do that. So some of them move from one to the other. It's quite clear, you know, from being staunch supporters of Kingitanga, and then next minute they're becoming Queenites and adhering to that. And so I can only think, well, you know, it's a reaction to what's happening to them at the time. They're trying to find a way that's going to halt. That's going to hold. Well, really, it's the land loss and the, you know, the settlers moving in. That's it. You know, they've been staunch supporters of Te Rangi Haiata for some time, so they're opposing the loss of land, and they're continuing to oppose the loss of land, but it's still happening to them. So they're going, wow, you know, and I kind of set it out in a way which said they supported Te Rangi Haiata. Then they tried Kingitanga, then they tried Queenites, they tried Ho-Hoism, they tried writing letters and, you know, and petitions, and then they thought, well, none of this is working, so what do we try next? You don't just say, oh, well, I'll try this and keep trying. It's like, you know, banging your head against the wall. You try something else because it's not working.
Ka pai, I thought that was the answer.
Yeah.
You're no different from most other iwi during that period who were facing all those challenges. Going to your...
Sorry, I'm going to ask a follow-up. So, in Monty and I's district, those who were Kingitanga supporters became Paemarire more often than not, and those who had been Queenites became loyalists and fought for the Crown against the Paemarire movement. So are you saying that that was more mixed here? That those who were Kingites didn't take on the Paemarire faith with the same
I think,
degree?
no, I think many did.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure if everybody did, that's all. Yeah.
Right. Oh, no, a lot of them wouldn't have
Yeah.
because they're Christians, so they... Right. But it's interesting, the pattern, because both, you know, there's a relationship between Pai Mārire and the king, King Tāwhiao, and then there's that desire to have some sort of centralised national movement versus those who are focused on the tribes.
I think it's related to the earlier question just regarding Hohaia that I pointed out. My point was to say Hohaia because he had gone and fought, he'd been a supporter of the kingitanga and had gone and fought at Taranaki. And then when on his return, it's quite clear that, you know, he was supporting Hohoism. Yeah. So it does follow the pattern.
Some of the people going to Taranaki to fight on the side of Pai Mārire, is that what you understand?
I don't know whether, but they were definitely going to oppose the Crown. Where they saw themselves placed when they left, they were definitely Kingites at that time when they left. And as you said, there'd been a bit of a movement. It seems to be a little bit of a separation that the few who remain Kingites actually went off and went to Taranaki. And whether that's where they were exposed to Pai Mārire and brought it back, I can't quite, I'm just guessing that's what it is.
I don't want you to guess. Given your research, you might know.
But there's Ngāti Huia ki Matau, there's still a strong link with the kingitanga, isn't there? Because you said the wharenui was opened by the...
Yeah, it was.
So still today there's a strong link.
Yeah, yes. They did go up there to Tono. A whānau did, and along with iwi kātia to Tono for kingitanga to come and open the whare.
Okay. Can you go back to paragraph 37 of your brief that you just read to us?
Yes.
And what you were talking about here, why you broke off from Y113, the, what did you call it, the, well, when you're all together anyhow, I'm not too sure if you didn't go into any more detail because it's a touchy subject, but I'm interested in if you can explain what actually happened.
I'll do my best. I guess the intent as we saw it for Y1113 was an iwi claim, a singular iwi claim. We totally supported that and did for many, many years when it was under iwi kātia. And we didn't... See, today we're sitting here and our Ngāti Huia whānau are all here. We're in separate claims, H, I, J, K. At that time we were one, Y113, that was it. It had its own legal counsel. We sat below that. Uncle Iwi drove that claim for us. But again, at their passing, it got all split up. We weren't interested in being divided. We wanted to remain a collective, not just, we weren't the only hapu that wanted, but most of Ngāti Huia wanted to remain a collective and wanted or supported that collective approach. We don't want to just be running our own singular claims and having, and it really was related to the ultimate outcome that we believed there was an iwi outcome, I guess, at the end of all this.
Well, I guess it's really important then that you're all presenting in the one place, even if you're not acting in concert.
Yeah, so what happened when it was divided up is, as I said earlier, matau, kikopiri, huia ki Porotāwhao, hekitanga. That was our only claim under the umbrella of Y113. We didn't have individual claims. We didn't have other Y numbers. we had decided to sit under Y113. Now, when we got divided up, we suddenly became an H, a J, and whatever else it was. And we had no access, so this is all relevant, we had no access to legal support. And at that time is when the only way I could get any legal aid was I had Y757 sitting almost dormant. Uncle Iwi with Y757, when my father had passed away, come to me and he said, "You're going to take on this claim." Well, you know, what am I supposed to say to Uncle Iwi? It's like, okay, I'll be doing that. But in the meantime, all those who had the knowledge for Y757 all passed away. And Deborah Edmonds also retired. So I guess the content of that claim became a bit defunct, and so I really wasn't pursuing it. I'd left it just aside. It was still there, existed. When we found that we had no access to legal aid, I had to resurrect it, because to get legal aid you needed a Y number and a claim. So I said to Brian, I said, "We have this," Brian Gilling, I said, "We have this, I have this claim and we can't access any legal aid. So can I use Y757? And he said, "Yes, if it's a claim number, you can." And I said, "Great, because we're now stuck. We've got no access to any legal aid." So we took the statement of claim, I altered the statement of claim, I invited our Ngāti Huia and actually Ngā Hapu o Himatangi to come and join us under that umbrella, so we could, one, remain as a collective, and two, pursue our claims with legal aid.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah.
I think that helps. My last question, reading how you lost access to the whare and how it eventually fell into disrepair, quite a sad story. I'm not too sure if you're aware, but those men who were picked to go to that coronation had to meet certain requirements, and they all had to be of rangatira blood. They were trying to get them all 6 foot or taller to make an impression on the British when they got over there. But there are some notes about him, particularly he was a bit of a up-and-coming tohunga, even at that age. So how is it that the situation arises with his sister and the land there, where he gets caught in that situation where his sister wants to sell, and I understand that, that she didn't know she was actually selling the actual wharenui, the land where the wharenui was, but it seems odd that they should come to that situation, given his background.
I don't know. I've questioned myself on that as well, and but it seems, that various bits of land at that time were being sold. His sister, I couldn't imagine ever intended to sell the marae. I just can't imagine that, knowing who she was. Pairo Winera, she was probably at that time considered the last exponent of Kauauau. And there's lots of information about that we could share. However, land sales were occurring. But I don't think the intent, as she pointed out later, that she had asked that the land where the marae was be cut out. She was living in Porirua at that time. She didn't live there anymore. Obviously, she was then residing in Porirua. She was an old lady. Her children hadn't grown up there. And maybe there was pressure coming from others to sell the land. But I don't think her intent was to sell the land where the marae was. As she said, she had asked the farmer to cut it out and he didn't do it.
Okay, that said, we have to marvel at what you're able to achieve with no land and no money. I know situations where, well, it was never that bad. At least they had the land up in our area and a recovery, but to come from that back to actually rebuilding and re-establishing a marae is pretty amazing. So ngā mihi nui ki au koutou.
Tēnā koe. I just wanted to follow up on a question that Monty asked and you in respect of the opening of the house and Te Atairangi Kahu and Henare Te Whāngai coming down. And I was just reflecting that the kingitanga relationship is one aspect of that, but also the Tainui Waka Confederation part of that, whether you see yourselves as having a relationship separate to kingitanga in respect of the northern tribes for that Tainui Waka relationship.
I'm not sure of the question.
Yeah, that's because I put it so confusingly, so I'll try again. Does Ngāti Huia ki Matau see itself as part of a Tainui Waka Confederation of Tribes?
Well, belonging to Tainui, yes, absolutely, we can't deny that. But, Raukawa ki te tonga is who we are. Yes, we know we have our affiliations returned to there, and even some of our whānau returned there. And I think I addressed that in my brief. And still there, our Ngāti Huri whānau, who actually came down and lived here, but returned. And that would be the whānau of Simmons. Yeah. But some of the whānau stayed here, and there's probably some still in this room right now of the Simmons whānau that are the same whānau as the Simmons at Ngāti Huri. And I think Rachel, if you're still here, you're one of them. There you go.
Ka pai, I'll just leave that there. But one other question I had was just around your conclusion in your main brief. You say in your conclusion that you're asking the tribunal to consider supporting the formation of a rōpū of like-minded iwi and hapu members to envision what an iwi estate might consist of in today's world. Can you talk to us a little bit more about what you're asking for there?
Yeah. How do I explain this? I've been thinking about it, and I'll just pick this here up. If we think of the iwi estate as being this vessel or this glass here, and within the iwi estate, it provides all your needs, the wider iwi estate. And in our case, for Ngāti Raukawa, that's exactly what it did. Your kai, your building materials, everything that you need to survive is provided from within the iwi estate. And it's not owned. There's no ownership. I mean, it's managed by rangatira, eh? And their mana over that estate. It doesn't have any ownership at all. And it's an inclusive estate. It actually provides for everyone within that estate. And I think about our iwi estate that I'm talking about right here. So much inclusive that iwi estate is so inclusive, it can even include your worst enemies and make a place for them. And through various relationships, it allows other iwi to be included in that estate. That doesn't mean that it's not still under the authority of rangatira, but they are included and they have a place within the estate. And it allows them many rights. Many, many, many rights. As long as the, but under the authority of the rangatira. Now, as I see it, I'll just find a bit of paper here. We have a treaty, and I'll just take a leaf out of the Crown's book and I'll write an X on there to say that you've signed it. Now, the treaty comes along and it covers our iwi estate and promises to protect it. But I find that a bit of paper is not very protective of our iwi estate. Now, can you still hear me? I'll come back over here. We can see our iwi estate. So the first thing that happens, and this is just from my brief, is we promise this protection, and the Crown reaches underneath there and it rips out te rangi haeta, and it rips out te rauparaha, takes away those rangatira, takes away that authority. And then it starts to chip away at the estate itself. Breaks off te ahua tūranga, breaks off turakina, breaks off manawatu. Now this is starting to shatter, starting to break this up. Breaks off horowhenua, starts individualising it. So, some of it's gone to the Crown, there's bits over there, starts to individualise it, smash it up into little pieces. So now, what does our iwi estate look like? I'm not going to break the glass, it's not mine. But what does our iwi estate now look like? It's now smashed to smithereens. And I guess the point I was trying to get to is, if this is my Y claim, how am I going to top up my iwi estate? Because that's what this is meant to do. It's meant to top it up, but I can't top it up. It's smashed to pieces. Doesn't matter how much I pour in there, our cup won't be full. Because the estate, and I think the estate, it's also it's probably indicative of possibly the state of our iwi as well, when it gets smashed to pieces. So what I was asking for is, how do we get some glue and put this back together to enable us to top it up? I guess that's how I want to demonstrate that. It's, we don't have hardly any Crown land in this district. So when I say people of like minds, to come together and think about, well, if the land is gone, how do we rebuild an iwi estate? What does that look like? How do we repair it? We can't, because all the pieces, the Crown's got some, the farmer next door's got some of the pieces, they're everywhere. So I'm not sure how we do that, but I think, and when I said like-minded people, I said, well, it has to be like-minded people who believe in an iwi estate. If you don't believe in an iwi estate, then you're not going to rebuild this in a way to support everybody and the iwi. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Tēnā
Good.
And I have no questions. I think that's a good place to close because, you've given us some ideas to follow in terms of what might be needed for the future. So thank you for that. Any questions, Mr. Stevens or Ms. Clark? No, thank you. In that case, ko mutu tēnei.
Aye. Thank you. Yeah, I made it through, and I had to focus and stay focused. But I just want to mihi to our Hirini whānau today before I close. Kia ora tātou.
They took their children out and they did concerts to fundraise for the Māori Battalion. That's where that waiata comes from.
Ka tuku atu te wā anō ki te hau kāinga, he whakakapi. He whakakapi I tēnei. Rā.
Tēnā no tātou te whānau, tēnā koutou. Ngā te hui ki potau me ngā kōrero. Wayne koutou. Ngā kōrero puta I te hei nei. Tēnā tātou I tō tātou rātuatahi. Ke mui te aroaro te runanga whakamana I te tiriti o Waitangi. Me awa high five tātou ki a tātou. Te pāro a tātou mahi a tātou kōrero. I te rangi nei. Tērā te tehi tono, moa popo, ke haria mai ngā pātara pēnei, ne? Pātara wai, a tae te whakaki ki konei. E mea plastic rānei, engari puritia, ka ue waiho ki konei. Ne, ka haria atu ngā popo. So just a simple housekeeping thing. We're hoping people will bring out water bottles tomorrow so they can fill up their bottles and keep them with them. Here there's no eating in the whare, but there's you can certainly have water it'll te whare. It was just saying congratulations on the great effort today. Day one, one of the tribunal. E miha ki ana kia putu, e miha ki ana kia tātou. E tau nei, unuhi te pūtake o ngā kōrero te wālanga, unuhi te hautapu o ngariki. Whakairia e rongo kia pai te rāwhare, ka whakamau ai kia tīna. Tīna. Oh yeah. Tai. Kia ora tātou. 8:45 a.m. start.